Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions, to show us goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich Wajak Mort Kayan Karak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. I declare this council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at these meetings, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public gallery are reminded it is a requirement under the meeting procedures local law to act in a courteous and respectful manner when in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I ask that that respect extend to such people whenever they are on city premises or waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver statements. Under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or by any other means. Using personal electronic devices to record anyone or the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and staff during these proceedings. The next item of business is declarations of interest. I've received a number from the councillors tonight. The first is from Councillor Vinciulo. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Vinciulo is a patron of the North Shore Community Hub. I have a further interest from Councillor May. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. It's for item 1210, as Councillor May is a former committee member of the North Shore Community Hub. I have an interest that may affect impartiality declared by Councillor Hill. It's for item 13.2.2. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as candidate Q is not personally known to Councillor Hill, but has recently been appointed by the MRC as the independent person to assist the MRC CEO Recruitment Committee. Thank you. I've received another collection of interest declarations in writing as well. The first is from Councillor Chester. It's from item 1216. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as he has engaged extensively with community members concerning Kilrenny Park and the adjacent bushland. Councillors, are there any other further declarations of interest? Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, I have a declaration of interest, impartiality for the Whitford Senior Citizens Club, because they're known to me. I'm just trying to find the number of it now. And also that members of I know members and committee members of the North Shore Community Club.
Thank you, Councillor. If you can fill out the required paperwork. Councillor May.
I have one for item 13.1.1, redevelopment of Whitford Library, Whitford Senior Citizens Centre. Several members of the club are known to me. I'll do the paperwork now.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further interests that need to be declared? Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you, 13.1, similar. Members of the Whitford Senior Citizen Club are known to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further interests? Thank you. The next item is deputations, which was dealt with at the briefing session held on the 12th of May. That brings us to public question time. There is a set of procedures relating to public question time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You will have the opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as chair and be asked in a polite and respectful manner. We keep a register of those people who wish to ask questions in the foyer. So starting off with the lady who's at the top of the list, I'll call forward Ms. Faye Gilbert.
Thank you. Faye Gilbert, 29 Northwood Way, Callaroo. My questions are regarding the proposed roadworks on North Shore Drive. I see part of your black spot funding approval included a speed reduction from 70 to 60, but Main Roads informed me that the city hasn't applied for this yet. When will the city be applying for this speed change?
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Director Carson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. As I've previously indicated to a similar request at a council meeting, the application for reduction in speed was previously lodged with Main Roads, where they've indicated that we have to make changes to the road environment prior to lodging a further request for reduction in speed limit. So following the completion of the works, the city's intent is then to apply for the reduction in speed limit.
Ms. Gilbert, your second question?
It may have already been answered, but my question was around the current concept design. Has that been designed with 70 k's in mind or 60 k's in mind? Is it a different sort of design for
Thank
the
you, Ms.
different speed
Gilbert.
limit?
Thank you. Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take part of that question on notice to make sure that the response I provide is correct. However, I can state that the design is based on the future speed limit requirements. However, we also need to be cognizant if that does not get approved, the design should reflect a 70 kilometre per hour design as well. So the team is working on that, but I'll take that on notice and provide more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. If I could now call forward Mr. Martin Dickey.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Martin Dickey, 6 Ferndean Mews in Hillaries. I acknowledge the Aboriginal owners of this land which was never ceded. Given that the answers, I'm referring to the answers I received to my questions both last month and this on the Leafy City programme, given that the programme has achieved only a 1% increase in the tree canopy over 8 years, less than 0.14% per year, will Council consider more effective and intensive measures to enhance the city's tree canopy?
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Director Carson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I cannot provide a response on behalf of Council. However, what I can state is that the increase in tree canopy, as you would appreciate, the trees that are planted as part of the Leafy City program are not mature trees, and the increase in canopy cover will be seen over years as those trees mature. And I think we plant around 1,000 trees. Looking at the manager of Parks and Natural Environment, between 1,000 and 1,200 trees per year and per program. So we are definitely seeing, and you're starting to see that impact already as we can see some minor increases in the canopy cover already.
Mr. Dickey, your second question.
Thank you. Well, given that, I understand that elected members' reluctance to regulate trees on private land, though I do not support it, but will Council consider protecting trees on street setbacks and verges, which are, of course, part of the streetscape?
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. I'll go to Director. Yep, Director Carson.
Through Mr. Mayor, perhaps if I can just seek some clarity on that. If you talk about protection of trees on verges, which is council-owned, yes, members of the public are not allowed to cut down any of those trees, and we do investigate when we do become aware of that, either through notifications or inspections of the city itself. If you specifically refer on trees on setbacks on the private property, I think that's part of the review of the planning policies, and maybe the director Planning Community Development can provide some commentary on that.
We go to the Director for Planning.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're currently reviewing the local planning strategy, and the retention of trees on private property is one of the matters that we're looking at just now. We haven't got any definite decision on how we propose to do that, but it is a matter that we're looking at through the planning framework.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. The next person on our list is Ms. Mary O'Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. Two questions. Have the concerns regarding Mullaloo Beach water quality been considered to be included in the draft health plan?
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. Go to Director Lavery.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. The concerns in relation to the water are not included in the public health plan. That doesn't fall within the legislative role and function of the local government. It falls under state government, and they manage and regulate that.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Byrne.
My second question might already have been answered, but I'll just put it like this. It may not be the responsibility of the local government, but it's an opportunity for local government to be heard on the matter, so could you still do it?
Go to Director Lavery.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The state government monitor the water, they provide the regulation, and they have the legislation and I suppose the expertise to carry out the monitoring and the regulation of it. We don't have the expertise at local government level to refute anything that they come up with. We have to trust that they have the right experts in-house and that they're providing the right mechanisms to preserve the water and the environment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. And also, in relation to your second question, I think it will be part of the discussion on that item this evening. We then move to Mr. Mike Moore.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble in Edgewater. Questions relate to the bike plan, which has just been released. In the bike plan, there's a number of primary and secondary cycle routes as well as local routes. One of the primary routes really surprised me, the one which runs down Shenton Avenue, then across the east side of the city to the bottom end of Neil Hawkins Park, then across the lake to Lake Island, and then to Wanneroo. I can't see that that's a particularly, it would be expensive, it would provide rubbish in the park, it would compromise the Lake Island's flora and fauna. So why is it part of the bike plan?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Director Claassen.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll have to look at the detail of that and take the question on notice, provide the detail in the response to you.
Mr. Moore, your second question.
Okay, second question. We've got a primary route which runs down the coast and a primary route which runs down the Mitchell Freeway. There's between 4 and 4.5 kilometres between those two. And Marmion Avenue is a major sort of north-south thoroughfare, but it's only classified as a secondary one. Same thing with Warwick Avenue between the basketball stadium and Percy Doyle Reserve. Both of those roads connect significant parts of the city which are likely to attract children to ride on those roads. They're 70-kilometre-an-hour roads. What are the plans to actually provide safe cycling structure on both of those roads, i.e. Marmion Avenue and Warwick Avenue?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Director Claassen.
Through and thank you for the question, Mr. Moore. As you're aware, Marmion Avenue is under the care and control of Main Roads WA, and the provision of a bike network on that road will need to be discussed with them specifically. The development of the bike plan was done in consultation with the Department of Transport and Major Infrastructure, DTMI, the old Department of Transport, and the key routes is identified based on the guidelines provided by the department. In terms of the specific details on specific routes, on what we will do on those routes, and what infrastructure will be considered for future, I'll take that part of the question on notice and provide that information to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The next questions are to be asked by Ms. Suzanne Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. I'd like to thank the administration for providing answers to my question regarding the Councillors' Lounge. I did wish to ask, though, roughly how many hours has the City and the Council spent on reviewing the notice of motion to ban alcohol from the lounge, except in the case of functions? Noting that this has been referred back to the Policy Committee, I believe 3, maybe 4 times, and is still yet to be considered at the next month's meeting. A rough guesstimate would be fine.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Go to Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the question. It's very difficult to quantify the officer time that has been spent on this report. I think I was the one that probably drafted 1 or 2 of those, so maybe 3 or 4 hours of my time in drafting that and referring it to other officers for their comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Is there anybody else from the public gallery who wishes to ask the question? Mr. Sideris.
Yep, Mitch Sedaris, Page Drive, Malu. Before I ask my question, I welcome the city's new CEO. Hope you enjoy Joondalup and WA. I sent in a bunch of questions, and I'm referring to the responses given. And I'll start with the answers to questions 2 and 3. Can I resubmit those questions? Because they don't actually answer the question. It's not about the library, it's about the report, and it's about the report's direction and outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Director Claassen.
I can read the line out specifically if you go to the last part of the question, question 2.
Is that the line saying, as this asset review report is not attached, will the city kindly provide access to this report?
Correct.
Director Claassen or Director Lavery?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I need some clarification on what the question was.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Sideris, I think the director is seeking clarification on what the question is. I think what you're asking is, at the end of question 2, you've asked, as this asset review report is not attached, will the city kindly provide access to this report?
That's right. It wasn't attached to the officer's report that went before the major.
Yep. Go to Director Claassen, given it's the asset review report. Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have to take that part of the question on notice, as we have not reviewed that report ourselves, so as soon as we have that, we will be able to understand and how that would be incorporated into the building asset management plan.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Sideris, do you have a second question?
Question 3 is an outcome of that report, and it actually goes into some sort of analysis that would generate a, I think it's asking for scores and stuff like that, and generate something that I would envisage would go into the 10-year strategy plan.
Thank you, Mr.
So that
Sideris.
question needs to be answered as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Go to Director Claassen again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, similar to my response to the answer to question 2, we'll take that on notice and provide that information.
Sure.
Thank you, Director.
I look forward to the response.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. The next person is Ms. Michelle Kwok. And sorry, before we continue, I'd like to propose a motion to extend public question time by 15 minutes. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All those in favour, go vote by show of hands. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Ms. Kwok.
Good evening. Michelle Kwok, 15 Clover Ocean Reef. Question one. Last month, I attended the City One Roof Council meeting, and they started at 6 o'clock, and the mayor announced that they have 2 breaks of 10 minutes long at 8 and 10 o'clock. Would the mayor consider having breaks at our very long council meeting?
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Yes, that is part of the discussions we've been having with the new CEO, is ensuring the council meetings finish at an appropriate time for the work health safety of both the officers and the elected members themselves. So going forward, we will be looking at breaks and trying to find ways of improving the finishing time of the meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
I do. On the 14th of May in Perth Now, Joondalup Times, reporter Liam Murphy has stated that in a recent city financial statement, it recorded a $500,000 reimbursement payment from EcoSharp Barrier in a confidential settlement. I didn't manage to find that in the report, in the agenda. Can you assist me in locating this payment, please?
Thank you. Director Humphrey.
Responding through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that question on notice and review the statements. I'm not sure where the person has obtained that information from, but we'll find out and provide an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Is there anybody else from the public gallery who wishes to ask a question? No? In that case, I declare public question time closed. We then move to public statement time. There is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You are able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement should be directed to myself as chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussion will occur at the end of your statement. Again, we keep a register of those people who are wishing to make public statements. We have 6 people on the list, so we should be able to accommodate them all. And then, in addition, 1 other person from the gallery. So the first person on our list is Ms. Faye Gilbert.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. This is Faye Gilbert, 29 Northwood Way, Callaroo. Tonight, a petition of more than 500 signatures gathered in just 10 days will be submitted asking to reconsider the planned North Shore Drive roadworks and removal of mature trees. Recent FOI documents reveal that the city is preparing to seek an additional $1 million in black spot funding, signalling an intention to proceed with the current boulevard-style concept. This petition is an opportunity to pause and reconsider whether this design is right for Callaroo. Residents support safety improvements, but does that really have to come at the expense of the area's unique character? Hillary's has received the boulevard treatment, but Callaroo is different. It is defined by its open spaces and mature trees, particularly along this section of road. Features valued deeply by both locals and the wider community. We know from FOI information that the reduction of a speed limit to 60 kilometres an hour is included at some point in this project. So is the boulevard treatment even necessary? Could safer crossing and refuse islands achieve the same outcome while preserving the landscape and reducing costs? The community expects black spot funding to be spent where it delivers genuine need and value. This is not free money. It is our taxpayers' money, and the public expects it to be used wisely. Finally, I urge you to rethink how you engage with the community on major projects. Early public consultation could resolve many concerns before plans were advanced and community anxiety was raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. The next person on our list is Mr. Kim Allen.
Kim Allen. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff and members of the public gallery. I'm here tonight to speak on item 12.3, the City of Joondalup Public Health Plan. While the recommendation before you is to accept and publish the draft plan to meet statutory requirements, I urge councillors to pause and consider whether this document truly reflects the most pressing environmental health risks facing our community. In its current form, the plan omits two of the most significant environmental issues on our doorstep: the Joondalup wastewater treatment plant and its ocean discharge, and the Tamala Park landfill. These are not minor or distant concerns. They are large-scale operations with direct and ongoing impacts on air and water quality, and they continue to generate strong community concern. The Joondalup facility processes approximately 150 million litres of sewage daily from across the Perth metropolitan area, while Tamala Park receives 200,000 tonnes of waste from multiple local governments. These facilities represent substantial environmental pressures within our region, yet they are absent from the plan intended to guide public health priorities. As our population grows and urban infill increases, the strain on this infrastructure will only intensify. This raises the risk of increased emissions, greater discharge loads, and a higher likelihood of system failures or critical incidents, each with real consequences for community health and environmental integrity. A public health plan should not simply meet compliance requirements. It should lead, anticipate risk, and reflect realities experienced by the community. I strongly encourage elected members to amend this plan and explicitly acknowledge these issues and to commit to work collaboratively with state agencies. Please ensure this plan is not just compliant, but credible, responsible, and aligned with the expectations of the community you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. The next person on our register is Ms. Michelle Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crawford Elbow, Ocean Reef. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. Welcome, Mr. Lloyd. This is our new CEO. Prepare this statement for you. In contrast to Victoria, voting at council election is not compulsory here, and it's optional preferential voting since 2023. The turnout rate was 28% in the last election. The public has very little knowledge on council matters. However, Joondalup is the winner out of 139 local governments with 75 FOI applications, according to the latest annual reports from the Office of Information Commissioner. Thanks to the handful of residents who are paying close attention, compulsory voting will improve public awareness, which will increase scrutiny in preventing runaway decisions. Having demonstrated that you are capable of generating an operating surplus of $232 million as CEO in Victoria, please fix our operating deficit as well as our asset renewal deficit. The fact that staff turnover under your watch was 4% below average industry benchmarks means hardworking employees are treated fairly, resulted in efficiency and optimal performance. In contrast, our inside workforce has low morale for a number of years when EBA lapsed with 3 years of bad pay owing. It went to arbitration last August, costing us $100,000 in legal fee, and the senior commissioner ruled a higher payback figure than what was intended. Let's not repeat history. There was a scenario when $3.3 million was committed to a purchase and the CEO refused to disclose confidential agreement to council. This is absolutely not acceptable. Luckily, we had a win at the end. We are very excited to have you as CEO with proven track record and a fresh start. There's still hope. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. The next person on our list is Mr. Mike Moore.
Okay, Airbnb and similar unhosted accommodation. We've got the differential rates in tonight's agenda. Airbnbs are becoming a problem right throughout the world. And in parts of Europe, they're now trying to ban them because there's too many houses that are sort of unoccupied, or there's a shortage of houses for occupants. And so they're trying to either rate them or sort of ban them completely. We had an opportunity tonight to actually do something about it with the rates. They're commercial activities. They're not residences. So why are they being sort of rated the same as every other resident in the street? They shouldn't be. We need to do something about A, controlling unhosted accommodation, and B, if it is going to be run as a business within our communities, then it should be rated so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The next person on our list is Ms. Suzanne Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. Regarding item 12.2, the annual review, register of delegation of authority. As we are all aware, the City of Joondalup have some significant financial challenges ahead. As I've noted before, the city's failing financial health score is clear indication of this. From memory, it's dropped to around 25, with a score of 70 to 80 generally considered financially sound. This is occurring at a time when many residents are already experience financial pressures with their own households. It is therefore no surprise that the community is increasingly asking questions about where ratepayers' money is being spent. The Register of Delegation of Authority allows decisions to be made without direct council oversight. In periods of strong financial stability, this can be an effective management tool that supports efficiency in day-to-day operations. However, we are not in these times. Greater scrutiny and accountability are now required. Council exists to represent the views of the ratepayers and to ensure community values remain embedded in decision-making process. Given the current financial position of the City of Joondalup, it is entirely appropriate to lower the financial thresholds attached to those delegations to bring more expenditure decisions to the elected members. Of course, this is only necessary until such time as the City returns to a more stable and sustainable financial position. These changes will offer greater transparency and help reaffirm public trust. Let's not forget higher rate notices will be arriving in the near future.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. The next person is Mr. George Coucher.
George Coucher, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. I have over 35 years' experience in reference, local history and public libraries, so I have an idea of what sort of staffing levels are required and how they operate. I want to go to the answers to some questions I sent in last week about libraries. One of the questions was regarding the 5.46 FTEs employed in the reference or local history and reference collection on the 30th of June 2024. That's a figure from the review that was done in 2024. Apparently the reference collection has been removed, fairly well removed anyway, and integrated into the main collection, which is fantastic. It looks as though the 5.46 FTEs are still there though, and I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. The review said the main users of that space as a study hub for tertiary and secondary students, a place to access public computers, and a place for casual reading, a quiet space. None of those need staff involvement or minimal staff involvement, so I'm not sure what the staff are doing there. To assist, one of the other recommendations was to move the PCs from that area up to the main floor, so that's the main area and that's where most of the staff are. I can't understand why no staff have been freed. The strategic plan may help with this, and I know that's going to be discussed later. There are potential savings from there, and that should help with finding staff to implement some of the suggested recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coucher. Is there anybody else from the public gallery who wishes to make a statement? Thank you. Ms. O'Byrne, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross, and I've just written this now. The Health Department insists there are no adverse health outcomes for residents living close proximity to Tamala Park, but nobody has studied the effect on communities locked into homes that are being invaded by noxious, disgusting landfill gases. I have door knocked considerable amounts in Catalina, Mindarie, Kinross and Burns Beach. People are highly stressed. It's a highly stressful situation as proven by the decisions made recently by the Mindarie Regional Council at a special meeting 30th of April. It might seem like nobody seems to care for the mental health of residents who are so severely affected. I'd like to endorse Mr. Kim Allen's statement and ask the City of Joondalup to take on board the needs of all residents dealing with intractable situations that they haven't made for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. There's probably time for one last statement, given most people did not use the full 2 minutes. Is there anybody last from the gallery who wishes to make a statement? Thank you. In that case, I declare public statement time closed. The next item is apologies and leaves of absence. I haven't received any apologies for tonight. We have a full contingent. We've received a number of leaves of absence being sought from Councillor Hill, Councillor Raftis and Councillor Fishwick. Are there any other elected members seeking a leave of absence? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 3rd of July to the 10th of July inclusive.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Pizzey.
Yes, please. From the 13th to the 17th of June. And also from the 6th to the 14th of July.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, from the 17th of June to the 5th of July.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further requests? Thank you. I'm willing to move the motion. Can I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor May. I will do this by show of hands. Could I have all those in favour? Thank you, and that is carried unanimously. We then move to confirmation of minutes. I'm willing to move the item. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. I don't wish to speak to it, Councillor Hutton. Any comments or statements on the minutes? Thank you. We'll just move to a vote. Again, we'll do it by show of hands. Could I have all those in favour of confirming the minutes? Thank you. That carries unanimously. We then move to announcements by the presiding member without discussion. I'd like to first begin by giving a warm welcome to Craig Lloyd, who has just commenced this week as the city's new CEO. Craig brings more than 20 years of senior leadership experience across local, state, emergency management and community services, most recently serving as the CEO of the City of Whittlesea in Victoria. So on behalf of the Council, we look forward to working with Craig and we wish him the best as he becomes part of the Joondalup community. Coming up is also National Reconciliation Week. Beginning tomorrow and running until Wednesday, the 3rd of June, it's an important time for our community as it allows us to reflect on the shared journey towards respect, truth-telling and stronger relationships between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and the wider community. As we mark National Reconciliation Week, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and reaffirm our commitment to fostering a community where respect, inclusion and shared learning continue to grow. And lastly, on behalf of the City of Joondalup, I pay our respects to the family and friends of Alison Major, who passed away recently, an accomplished pianist who had a long history of performing in Eisteddfods in her home state in South Australia. Alison put the idea of holding an annual Eisteddfod in Wanneroo to the then Wanneroo Council, with the first event being held in July 1988 as part of WA's bicentennial celebrations. Alison was involved in all aspects of the annual Eisteddfod, including preparing the syllabus, processing entries and organising volunteers, stage staff and judges. Alison's commitment to the Wanneroo Stedford was recognised when she was named Wanneroo Citizen of the Year in 1997, and she continued her involvement with the Eisteddfod with the City of Joondalup. Alison was also a member of the Wanneroo Civic Choir and one of the inaugural members and piano accompanist for the Wandu Singers, a female choir established in Duncraig in 1996. Our deepest sympathies to our children Athel, Meryl, daughters-in-law Amanda and Sanya, and grandchildren Riley, Lachlan and Nicholas. Vale Alison Major. Thank you. We then move to identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There is one confidential report, that is item 12.4, confidential status of legal actions. There are 3 reports with confidential attachments, which is item 12.13.3, item 12.15.3, and item 13.2.1. So I'm going to ask elected members now, is anyone seeking discussion on the confidential attachments of item 12.13's the Mullu Surf Life Saving Club change rooms, or item 13.2.2, appointment of independent members to the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee? Thank you. So there's no discussion on those items with confidential attachments. We will then move a motion to move the other item, which is the status of legal actions, to the end of tonight's agenda, so item 12.4. I'm willing to move the motion. Could I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Vinciulo. And we'll just do this one by show of hands as well. All those in favour? Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. We then move to petitions. Are there any petitions to be presented by elected members? No. As per the presentations of petitions protocol, petitions presented at tonight's council meeting will be received and checked for validity in accordance with clause 511(1) of the city's meeting procedures local law and included in next month's agenda. We have also received one petition, which is requesting the council to reassess the design roadworks on North Shore Drive, Callery, to ensure the retention of mature trees. It's signed by 541 signatures. I'm willing to move the motion to receive the petition. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I don't wish to speak to the item. Deputy Mayor? No? Any commentary or questions? No? In that case, we'll go to a vote to receive and refer the petition to the CEO. Could I have a show of hands for this one? All those in favour? Thank you, and that carries unanimously. That brings us to the report section of tonight's agenda. So I know there's a number of amendments and alternates which have been sought by members. So what I'm going to do is we'll go around the room anti-clockwise. So I'll just pull out the ones which I've got an alternate for, which at this stage is for the corporate business plan, and also for the appointment of independent persons to perform the functions of clause 12 and 13. So that's items 12.8 and 12.9. And I'll also withdraw 12.13. Go to Councillor Hill.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you. There's some that I know others are going to pull out, but I will pull out 12.6, minutes of regional council meetings. Then I have an alternate for the corporate sponsorship programme, which I intend to move, 12.10, which is in the pack. I also will have an alternative, happy to withdraw 12.14 as well. And then I also have an alternative which I've circulated recently on 14.1. Which I'm happy to move as an amendment.
Yeah, it might be best if we do that as an amendment for that one. So that we hear all the different items as well for item 12.10, I'll probably seek what your addition that's for the review as an amendment rather than as an alternate as well. And so, Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. 12.10.
Thank you. Councillor Gould.
12.3.
Thank you. Councillor May.
It's already been withdrawn, so none for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I had amendment for 12.3, put through the officers, as it's been pulled by Councillor Gould. 12.13, has anyone pulled that yet?
1213.
Yeah.
Yep, I've withdrawn that.
It's good to have questions on that. And 14.1 has been withdrawn, so I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
None additional for me, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
Yes, Mr Mayor, 12.16, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.7, and if nobody else withdraws 12.11, I'll withdraw that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
None, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.12 and 13.2.2.
Thank you. Thank you. In that case, we then start with item 12.3, the Public Health Plan. Councillor Gould, I know you have an alternate. Yes.
I put an alternate in straight after the briefing session. I flagged that alternate, and I've been working on the city with it for the last, well, since then. So that alternate was flagged directly after the briefing session by email to councillors and yourself and the directors.
Yeah, so I've looked at your email that you circulated on that date, and you didn't really include many specifics about what would be in that alternate. And so the alternate you've also circulated includes elements that are different matters which were not in that initial email. So the first councillor to actually circulate a motion which included all of the elements of the motion they were seeking to move was Councillor Gould yesterday at 4:58 p.m. I think you then circulated yours at 9:58 p.m.
Yeah, I've been working with city officers for that 3 weeks in preparing that alternative, and I offered Councillor Gould, if she wanted to add hers to mine, then we could work together on that.
I think also looking at the wording of yours, it can probably, most of it could be considered as an amendment if you wish to add it onto it. Councillor Gould's are more substantive changes. So I think that's how I'm going to be dealing with it tonight.
Yep, I'll flag to add that as an amendment to it then. Yep. You just have the wording, the city has the wording.
Yep. I think the only one, I think it should be all right to put as an amendment. There'll have to be a bit of discussion on it. So Councillor Gould, would you like to move your alternate?
That's all right. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And could I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mercer. Councillor Gould, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So firstly, I appreciate the officer's clarification regarding legislative boundaries and state responsibilities. My intention was not to expand the operational role of the city, but rather to ensure significant local environmental health concerns raised by residents are appropriately acknowledged within the broader public health and resilience discussion. The state guidance itself notes that local public health plans should be tailored to the local health needs and priorities of each local government area. And I believe it is reasonable for Joondalup's plan to acknowledge environmental health concerns that are being constantly raised by residents within our community. I fully accept that many of these matters sit primarily within state government jurisdiction and that the city does not have direct regulatory authority over facilities such as Beanyup or Tamala Park. However, residents do experience the impacts locally, and I think it's reasonable that Council at least acknowledges those concerns within the broader context of community wellbeing, environmental health and resilience. In light of the officer's comments, I'm very open to refining the wording of the alternate so that it is more focused on acknowledgement, advocacy, information sharing and future review, rather than implying any expansion of the city's operational responsibilities. My intention is to work collaboratively towards a balanced outcome that supports adoption of the public health plan while also recognising genuine community concerns. I also acknowledge the contribution of the community members who have taken the time to provide detailed information and advocate strongly on these issues from a local perspective. I'm not seeking to reject the officer's recommendation. However, I do believe Council is entitled to place additional emphasis on matters of community concern and advocacy, even where direct legislative responsibility sits with another level of government. So I'm happy if there's any sort of changes to the wordings. If I'll maybe leave it for discussion, or if you could guide me on what the protocol is with that.
Yeah, sure. So
Thank you.
what's happened so far is you've moved the motion and Councillor Mercer has seconded. So as the mover of the motion, you have 5 minutes to speak to it.
Yep.
So
There's my 5 minutes, is it?
Yep.
I mean, if there is anything on the wording, like if I've put in there like the strengthen the plans reference to, if you wanted to amend that, I mean, do we do the discussion first, or
we do the discussion first,
We do the
and other
discussion
members,
first?
other members can seek
and then they
amendments.
might be amendments that people are willing to make? Okay, so maybe I'll leave it at that and open it to the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Mercer as the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I am supporting this alternate motion because I believe it provides a balanced and responsible approach to an important community issue. This motion does not seek to change the role of the state government agencies, nor does it undermine the existing public health plan. Rather, it recognises that there is an ongoing community interest and concern regarding environmental health impacts associated with major regional infrastructure, and that Council has a responsibility to ensure these matters are appropriately acknowledged and considered. I believe the alternate motion strengthens the plan through greater emphasis on advocacy, monitoring and future review, while still recognising the city's role and limitations within the broader regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Any further commentary? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, obviously the administration feels that the amendments proposed are beyond the scope of the public health plan. Could I please have some clarity, a comment from the relevant director as to exactly how they feel that they are beyond the scope of the health plan, and possibly is it possible to have alterations that will make them more acceptable? Thank you.
Director Lavery.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Clause 45, Part 1 of the Act states that the local public health plan should account for the district and where we sit, so that's to the boundaries of the city of Joondalup. The environmental issues that have been raised fall out of the remit because our plan is ultimately focused on where we have a legislative role and function in promoting and initiating some health factors. The environmental issues, while I understand the concerns, don't fall within our remit and are not therefore included in the public health plan.
Councillor?
Yes, do you think that a change of wording would in fact facilitate it being more acceptable?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I don't think including issues within the public health plan, the local public health plan, that are outside our remit would be acceptable in the local plan.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any further commentary? Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I'd like to move my amendment.
If we could get Councillor Pizzey's alternate on the screen, and if we can treat it as an amendment, most of it is, I believe, just noting different matters. Thank you. And is there someone willing to second? Councillor Vinciulo. Sorry, Councillor Pizzi, when you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to move this alternate or amended motion that strengthens council's oversight and clarifies the governance framework for this public health plan. I want to be clear that I support the public health plan and the important work it represents. This motion doesn't oppose the plan, it adds necessary safeguards, clarifications that protect both council's role and residents' interests. My alternate motion has 6 parts. The city has indicated support for 4 of them, parts 2, 3 and 6, so we're largely in agreement. I'll focus on the comments on the parts where clarification is needed. Part 2 ensures residents understand that health programs are voluntary and won't affect their access to city services. It also confirms no automated decision-making tools are in use and that data reporting is statistically only with no personal information, and that planning framework changes require council's approval. These are important transparency measures. Part 3 anchors the plan in Australian and WA law, the Local Government Act, Public Health Act and our own strategic community plan. While the plan references international frameworks for context, our obligations are governed by Australian law, and this amendment makes that crystal clear. Part 4 simply notes that we already report herbicide reduction progress annually through the State of Environmental Report under our weed management plan. This is factual, we're already doing this reporting. Part 5 is where the city has raised an objection, and I'd like to address that specifically. This part requests that the 28-29 review of our weed management plan include considerations. Sorry, is there discussion at the minute needed?
Councillor, would you like to continue?
Yes.
It's not uncommon during the meeting for councillors or officers to confer, so if you'd like to continue.
I'll continue. This part requests that the 28-29 review of our weed management plan include consideration of progress measures for public open space under this public health plan. The city's objection states it is not usual practice for a plan to specifically address action under another strategic document, but with respect, that's exactly what integrated planning requires. Our strategic community plan connects to our corporate business plan, which connects to all our operational plans. They're meant to work together, not in silos. The public health plan specifically identifies herbicide use as a health concern. The weed management plan governs herbicide use on city-managed land. When we review the weed management plan 28-29, shouldn't we consider how it's contributing to the public health objectives we're endorsing tonight? That's not unusual, that's good governance. I'm not asking for new reporting burdens. I'm not asking officers to do anything they wouldn't already consider in a major plan review. I'm simply requesting that when we review our weed management approach in 3 years, we explicitly consider how it aligns with the public health objectives we're about to endorse. Part 6, which the city supports, confirms our existing oversight mechanisms through quarterly corporate business plan reporting and audit and risk committee oversights are adequate. This gives council confidence we'll have visibility of implementation. This alternate motion strengthens the plan while preserving council's oversight role. I am moving the motion as circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. I'm just going to give some advice to the governance team about what's being sought as the amendment, and I just presume I've got this correct, and I'll ask for the concurrence of the seconder as well. In Councillor Pizzi's alternate, this was the one which was circulated previously. Point 1 is the same as the officer's recommendation. Points 2 to 6 are different, and so this is seeking to add point 2 to 6 onto the motion. So if we can just remove point 1.
As you do this, can I request that if it is voted through to be added, that all points on the original motion and this one are voted separately, please?
I think I'll do this. I'll just sort these things out. And if we could renumber all the points that are on the screen to this point 2 starting with 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's correct. Councillor Pizzi, can I just double check that what's on the screen is acceptable to you?
It's fine, yes.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Vinciulo?
Thank you, through you. I have nothing to add, but just confirming that we're going to vote on these individually.
So I think what I'll do is I'll let people vote on the parts of the amendment individually, and then we'll see what gets through into the final motion and whether people wish to split different parts of that. So we'll deal with the voting on the amendment first, and as I said, we'll deal with each of those separately when voting. Councillor Vinciulo is the seconder. Do you wish to
Reserve a
speak?
right. Nothing
Thank
would
you.
add.
Thank you. Any further commentary or questions this time on the amendment? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at this document provided by Councillor Pizzi, and some of it wasn't highlighted in yellow, but I think it's now been clarified that the changes that ought to have been highlighted in yellow, so I'm clear on that. What I would like to just clarify, because I do see the officers' comments with regard to parts 2 and 3, and the original part 2 and 3, which I guess is now 6 and 7, and also parts 5 and 6, which are now, I guess, parts 9 and 10. But regarding the original point 4, which is, I'm struggling to see where that is on the screen in front of me.
Point 8. Point 4 of Councillor Pizzi's becomes point 8.
Yes, which is the city currently reports annually. Oh no, that's the officer's recommendation, and I'm clear. So yes, what I'm looking for is clarification on the officer's comment with regard to part 4, because there doesn't seem to be a very clear response. So a two-part question. Could I just get clarification on the officer's comment with regard to that point? And also, let me deal with that one first. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Claassen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I just needed to get through the officer's comment. I think that's provided by Director Parry's area regarding the reporting and the environmental plan. If I'm correct, that's the one you're referring to, Councillor Hill.
Councillor Pizzi, I'm going to ask you need to turn off your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
So the original point 4 is the new point 8.
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm now across to the response that Councillor Hill is asking for. I think the city's position on that, Councillor Hill, is that in an attempt to stop duplicating reporting over different areas, the response is not, or the amendment was not supported, as that is already reported through the environmental plan, and as such deemed a duplication of effort if that provided as part of the weed management plan as well.
Yes, thank you. That's clear. It wasn't particularly detailed in such in the response originally, so I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions on this item? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question regarding the new point 6 and everything being voluntary. There was an officer's comment regarding things that actually are compulsory, such as pool inspection, etc. Can we get some clarification on whether the wording is supported or not, please?
Director Lavery.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there's no objection to that, the wording there.
Deputy Mayor.
So the pool inspections are not covered under the public health plan, where you say they are compulsory?
Through you, Mr.
Director?
Mayor, yes, they are compulsory, but the wording just says notes that, so we're okay with that wording.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, so it's worded to say that we note something that's not correct.
Director.
Apologies, the numbering's changed.
Deputy Mayor will see if I answer. I think the clarification the Deputy Mayor is seeking is that point 6.1 that's on the screen, which was point 2 in Councillor Pizzi's original motion, says all programs and activities delivered under the Public Health Plan 26 to 31 are voluntary in nature. The officer's comment says that pool inspections, for example, as the Deputy Mayor has raised, are obligatory, so not voluntary. Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we've commented that they're not voluntary, but that some of the initiatives that are included in the plan are voluntary, but pool inspections are not.
Deputy Mayor?
So, as amendment doesn't need to say not all, but some programs and activities delivered are voluntary?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll pass this on to the manager.
It's the manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. Yep, it is correct to state that we have, in our comments, we've stated that we don't object to those comments. However, as you have correctly pointed out, the Public Health Plan does include mention of services and programs that are governed by legislation, which essentially does mean that some of the inspections that we undertake have to be undertaken by the city. They're not voluntary in nature, so it's probably incorrect in terms of those comments that all programs and services that are delivered under the Public Health Plan are voluntary in nature in that respect. I guess the intent in the response was that the city isn't forcing anybody to undertake any engagement in services that promote public health where legislation otherwise doesn't require the city to undertake such programs, and that would include legislated programs such as you've mentioned pool inspections, which obviously under legislation we are required to undertake those inspections as a function of the local government. We're required to do that at least once every 4 years. However, in terms of other activities and programs, for the most part, the city doesn't have any intention of forcing people into things where there is no otherwise legislated responsibility for us to undertake such actions, such as you mentioned in relation to pool inspections. I'm not sure if there's anything else that I can think of off the top of my head, but certainly programs that the city may provide to enhance public health where people can enrol and decide whether they want to participate. Certainly there's no compulsion in that regard, but this would not override our legislated responsibilities that already exist in other legislation.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. As a further question, are services delivered by Craigie Leisure Centre covered under this health plan?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Not explicitly, but if the local government are promoting social activities and exercise, I'd have to take it on notice. I don't think we've included Craigie Leisure Centre specifically in the plan.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm just seeking clarity just to get my head straight that the wording's fine in terms of because people have to pay to access that particular centre, so as long as that didn't create an issue, but if 6.1 were potentially amended to all non-legislated programs and activities, would that meet the requirements, fall into line with the officers?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that would fall into.
I'm happy to make an amendment to the wording if I can now.
No, you can't,
Okay.
as the mover. Councillor O'Neill is... Oh, sorry, I'll go to the Deputy Mayor. I think he's not finished with his line of questioning. Deputy Mayor.
I'm happy to support an amendment in terms of all non-legislative programs, if that were, and as long as the other items all be voted separately, that'll be fine, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just seeking an amendment to item 6.1 there, just where it states after it states voluntary in nature, to add the wording, "We're not a legislated requirement," or where it is not already a legislated requirement, please.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Pizzi is the seconder. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've already discovered why this is on there, so I will just leave it up to the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzi.
Yeah, I reserve my right.
Any further commentary on the amendment? And Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I'm actually seeking to move a procedural motion. That
What are you seeking?
the item be referred back to the CEO.
I think it's best that you do that when we deal with the primary motion, not the amendment. I don't think we can't send an amendment back to the CEO.
No, I'm seeking to move the entire item back
You
to the
need to
CEO.
wait till we get to the substantive item before you can move that procedural. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Just seeking clarification on the wording suggested by the Deputy Mayor, which was after all inserting the word non-legislated. Personally, I was thinking that's a better wording. I'm just curious as to why that couldn't be considered and why Councillor O'Neill's wording is currently being considered instead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The wording where it says "where not a legislative requirement" is adequate for 6.1.
Councillor Hill.
So I guess my question remains, is there any prospect of changing the wording to all non-legislated? Because Councillor O'Neill proposed putting some words later on that are different from the words suggested by the Deputy Mayor.
I think maybe that's something that Councillor O'Neill needs to follow in his closing remarks. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on 6.1 as well as the other sub-points, when we are noting something, it's generally not a binding decision, it's just noting. In this case, it's noting what is quite obvious. So I would put it out there that perhaps we just delete the points where it says notes to save council time.
Thank you, Councillor May. Any comments or any further comments on the amendment? No, if we could go to the mover, Councillor O'Neill.
Can I just raise a point of
Sorry,
order?
yeah. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, point of order on this. In the meeting procedures, we're currently dealing with an amendment to an amendment, whereas the meeting procedures only say that you can make an amendment to a primary motion. So I'm just wanting clarification.
You are correct, actually, Councillor Hutton. Yeah, thank you. You are correct. We'll just have to strike it out. Sorry, we will need to strike out the amendment from Councillor O'Neill. Apologies, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. You are correct. We then just return to the wording from Councillor Pizzi as it currently stands. Any questions or discussion on this? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I haven't spoken to the amendment yet, only the amended amendment. So could I just get some clarification if the amendment to the alternate does succeed, then we can amend 6.1 at that point? Is that correct?
That's correct. You can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Yep. Any further discussions on this? On Councillor Pizzi's amendment? I do have a couple of questions for the Director on this as well. It's of a similar line. 2.1, where it says all programs and activities delivered under the public health plan are voluntary in nature. I know there's some discussion about that. and will not affect residents' access to city services, facilities, events and public spaces. If the city closed the dog beach, so on page 34 of the plan, it talks about the Hillary's Dog Beach asbestos management. If the city was to consider closing or partially closing the dog beach, would that noting of that statement will not affect residents' access to public spaces? Would that then be accurate?
Thank you for the question. Ordinarily, no, but from time to time we do have to close beaches and remove access for certain works to be carried out, or if there's any issues there.
And certain works where public spaces are closed, that's not always legislative responsibilities either. That's a discretionary action by the local government. Is that correct? Director Claassen, or, yep.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Just perhaps to assist in that instance, any closure of certain roads, facilities will not be made under the public health or the local public health plan, but under the requirements to undertake the works. I think perhaps we're trying to look at here as the public health plan, the local public health plan, as the tool to undertake works. I don't think that's the intent of the local public health plan. The intent is to look at the public health. Closure of infrastructure such as beaches, roads, etc., will be made as and when required regarding specific maintenance, upgrade, renewal requirements of those assets.
Thank you, Director. And could I just get a clarification? The problem is that the note says all programs and activities delivered under. So take, for example, page 34 of the plan says what's going to be delivered under the public health plan as a project is the Hillary's Dog Beach asbestos removal. So if we close the beach as part of asbestos removal, that's not a legislative obligation to close, but that's a decision to close the beach. And in that case, again, it's a program and activity under the plan because we've listed it as a program and a project under the plan. That does affect residents' access to public spaces. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Right. In that case, going then to the Director for Planning and Community Development, is it then going to be a correct statement to say that all programs and activities will not affect residents' access to services, events, public spaces? Given the previous answer was yes.
Yes, we can amend that.
Yeah, so it's not a correct statement. Okay, thank you. Going then to what is now point 9, the weed management plan. Going to Director Claassen about this one, is it really suitable to be saying about the review of a different plan, that under that plan we would then include consideration of progressing measures in another plan, so this plan here and the public health plan? Is that usually good governance or how these things proceed?
Through Mr. Mayor, as Director Lavery has indicated and as Councillor Pizzi has indicated, the officer's comments does not support that, and as I've indicated in my previous response, as it's believed that that is better managed under those plans, and any reporting under the plans will be under the environment plan instead of a specific consideration under the public health plan. So I would not support that.
Thank you. And then just a further question on the noting part on noting 2. It says data reported to the state government is statistical only. So the parts of the plan that talk about food management and other types of environmental health, public health outcomes like that, do we have to, under the Food Act, report different businesses to the state government at times or report them onto centralised registers?
Not specifically, no, Mr. Mayor. We provide numeric data annually on inspections undertaken. If there are specific issues with businesses, then we do have authority to take action, against, for example, against a food business ourselves. But in terms of reporting, it is only statistical, and it's not, there's no personal or identifying information that we would typically provide to the state government on those sorts of matters.
Thank you. Just to speak very briefly on this, look, I won't be supporting point 2 or point 5, which is now point 9. Point 2, look, there's so many problems with the wording that's being proposed here. Everything from, the biggest problem is it may say noting, that may not instruct the officers to do something, but if it's being noted so that the public has a representation of what the council is or is not doing, point 2 is just not, there's many elements of this that are just not accurate, whether it's around all programs and activities are voluntary, pool inspections are not voluntary, food inspections are not voluntary. The clearing of fire breaks are not voluntary either. Obligations under the bushfire management plan included in the health plan as well, not voluntary. As far as access to public spaces are closed for all sorts of differing reasons. Under this plan, it says that the road management of the city falls under the plan, that, as I said earlier, in relation to other topics as well that fall under this plan, the city's program for managing asbestos at the beach falls under this plan and speaks of where we may be closing beaches because of asbestos risk. If we put this out, we're saying that residents' access is not going to be affecting public spaces. Well, sometimes we do need to close public spaces for different health reasons, and that's legitimate. So I won't be supporting those elements. I think also point 5 with the future review of the weed management plan, then dealing with the public health plan as putting a measure in it. I think, just as point 4 notes, is that the plans for different areas should be consistent and should have measures appropriate to those individual plans themselves. A lot of the other noting is just, it sort of says things that are already being done. So I'd encourage people not to support 2 and 5 of the original motion. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzey, would you like to close?
Yes, I would. Okay, just noting in this context is not binding, it's in it, but the intention is clear, and it's to ensure that there is freedom of movement. Closing the dog beach, for example, under asbestos removal, I have not read the full act, but I'm assuming it would come under that act. If you're removing asbestos in that place, it would come under either the asbestos laws or under the Public Health Act. I think there is an appetite for council to have this but change the wording, which I would be comfortable with, to require, with the exception of, legislated requirements that was already spoken about, and then that can actually be moved with the substantive motion together. So we can change that at that point. And if not, if Councillor Gould is amicable, that can be added at that point if you wish. In regards to the weed management plan, it's already scheduled. Reviewing plans involves considering latest science, progress to date, and alignment with other strategic objectives. I'm asking for the public health alignment to be explicitly on that list. If officers are already planning to consider it, this simply confirms that intention. If they weren't, then should it be considered? So the intent is clear. The legal requirement can be added. I appreciate council's input in that wording. I would have loved to have had it earlier today, so it could have been done before now, but also happy to do this now.
Thank you, Councillor. We will vote on the points of the amendment separately. So dealing with point 6, if we can vote on the screens. Councillor Hill? Thank you. I declare the voting closed. Point 6 is lost. Moving then to point 7. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Point 8. I declare the voting closed, the item carried. Point 9. Oh. Oh, Councillor Gould, you haven't voted. If you cast your vote. Thank you, and point 8 is carried. We then move to point 9. Point 9 is not carried. We then move to point 10. Thank you, and point 10 is carried. We then revert to the original motion as amended. Thank you, councillors. Anybody who wishes to speak to the original motion now? Councillor Hill?
Yes, thanks. I just have a question related to the green paper that was circulated in late March. Can I just ask the city officers how many responses were received from elected members? Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 2 responses were received.
Councillor Hill?
Thank you. That's 2 responses out of 13 elected members. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any further? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to move the procedural motion that the item be referred back to the CEO.
Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, obviously briefly, very important topic and issue. There's obviously a lot of different aspects being introduced to this motion now. There's also been some, I think, valid suggestions made on the previous amendment that weren't carried, potentially due to some wording issues and concerns. So my preference would be that this be referred back to the CEO for further consideration, and then hopefully it can be presented back to council and we can fully consider properly all of the changes that have been made, and we can do so through the full council process. As opposed to dealing with them right now. As I say, for me, honestly, it would just give me complete clarity around the entirety of this motion before I have to make a final decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a governance matter which also just needs to be considered as well, going to the Director for Planning and Community Development. Are there any legislative responsibilities the council needs to consider before making this decision?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have a deadline to publish the public health plan, and the deadline is the 4th of June.
Thank you. I need to ask councillors now vote on the amendment.
Can we ask questions on the amendment?
No. Sorry, on the procedural motion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what was the deadline that it had to be received?
Director, 4th of June?
Yep.
Thank you, 4th of June. And if we could all vote on the procedural motion. Thank you. The procedural motion is not carried. We now revert back to the alternate as amended. Any final discussion on these matters? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick one. I'm a big fan of point 4, which is still point 4 after the amendment, which is good. I think it's important that we look at how we can further advocate on behalf of water quality issues around Mullaloo Ocean Reef and the Beanyup outfall, as well as ongoing issues with Tamala Park odour. So I thank Councillor Gould for including that. And I'm also quite happy that the procedural motion didn't carry, because I don't think we need to go around in circles on this one for another. We'll potentially look at a special council meeting as well. So I encourage elected members to support the amended and alternate motion in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I understand we're going to vote on the parts separately. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Look, thank you, Councillor Gould and Councillor Pizzey, for putting this together. I know there's a lot of confusion around it, but I see this as something that we will have to revisit shortly to fine up a few points and things either way. So I encourage everyone to support the parts that they are interested in.
Thank you. Any other commentary on the Councillor Hill?
Yes, thank you. Just looking at this amendment, just on the point 5, requesting a report back to Council as part of the scheduled 12-month review of public health plan. Could I just check with the city officers if there is already a clear plan to do a scheduled 12-month review of this document after 12 months? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're intending to do an annual review.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to point 1, looking at the officers' comments, I don't see a clear opinion from the officers about whether part 1 is supported or not, just seeking clarification on that. I think the other points are relatively clear.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The comment was saying that we've had no submissions in relation to the public health plan on environmental health impacts associated with the regional waste and wastewater infrastructure. During the community consultation workshop, the Beanyup wastewater treatment plant was referenced on one occasion, but it was not identified as a priority for the city, given it is the responsibility of state government to manage that.
And with that in mind, if I may continue through Mr. Mayor, just giving the opportunity to the officers to advise whether point 1 is supported or not supported. Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not supported.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further councillors? Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you. On point 3, I imagine a lot of the data to fulfil that request would come from state agencies and the MRC. The city wouldn't need to spend any money on infrastructure to chase that data internally, would it?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for us to collect meaningful data, we'd have to have some resources to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I just have a question following on Councillor Hill's question. Could you tell me, or could you tell us what councillors did speak to you about this plan and interact with the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was 2 responses to the Green Paper issued. That was yourself and Councillor Hill. And the interaction with the city thereafter in relation to this item on the agenda was yourself and Councillor Gould.
Councillor?
No further questions, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else who has not spoken to the item? There's only a few left. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just seeking comment regarding, we get a lot of what's the responsibility of the state, what's the responsibility of local government, and note certain items under point 3 are recognised as falling under the state government, but note some of our key focus areas within the plan include mental health. We also make reference to alcohol usage, diet, nutrition. Are these not fully state government initiatives? What obligations are being put upon the local government to improve these situations?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. The local government really don't have a remit to take control of them and to mandate anything in relation to them. Our role really is to initiate some activities and to kind of advocate and improve those issues. We're not mandated to do anything in particular under the Local Government Act. It's just we'll provide some initiatives, some social activities and ways that we can, like for instance, for the provision of alcohol, we don't really have any control over that. But if we're leasing out some of our premises, we can look at not leasing the premises for 18 parties. For 18-year-olds, we can be a bit responsible for that, but there's not a lot we can do under that.
Thank you.
So to follow up, it seems that it's going to rely upon a lot of advocacy with state government departments under the plan. So wouldn't that meet a similar requirement of what is intended or requested under the Joondalup and the landfill issues? It's all about advocacy.
Director or the manager?
Thank you for your question, through you, Mr Mayor. The public health plan and its purpose primarily is to, and in this case has documented a range of services that the city provides which have an impact indirectly, primarily on those matters that you've raised, such as mental health, those sorts of issues. The actions cumulatively under the public health plan have an impact, but they're not, and it's not the intention or the intent of the local public health plan to specifically address those issues that are mentioned, such as Joondalup wastewater treatment facility. Whilst there may be some concern, and it's acknowledged that there's concern in the community about some of those things, I wouldn't see it as the role or the purpose of the public health plan to, or to be the vehicle to address those specific issues which the city has no legislation for. And so in terms of the actions and the activities that we've mentioned, they do have an impact. The provision of parks, for example, providing a space for people to exercise, that provides an opportunity for someone to improve their mental health if they choose to do so. So I guess what the plan does, it provides the opportunities for people to, and the services that we undertake provides the opportunities for people to improve public health for themselves if they choose to voluntarily. But I don't see it, I see a distinction between what has been raised in terms of these specific issues where we don't have actually a legislated role or a function to actually, or the expertise to address the concerns that are being raised.
Deputy Mayor, any final commentary on the alternate motion? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in case that all the clauses are voted down, I think it's appropriate that I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I've been asked to have these ones voted on separately as well. I'll do all the amendments probably en bloc just as one, given that those have already carried. But The important one would be point 2 succeeds, to endorse the plan. Yes, yeah. Any other questions or commentary? Just a short one from me. I support most of the changes that have been put forward to this. The way I read point 3, as far as the local government's responsibilities, is very much a role of advocacy and talking to the department around these different matters. And some of this isn't just speaking to the department, but speaking to the Mindarie Regional Council, where we have a share and an interest in its operations. So when we talk about leachate management and landfill management, odour and air quality that originates from that site, we have a direct interest in the management of that because we are part owners of the site and we have representation onto the MRC, and we also have council decisions which support those positions. So although we may not have necessarily, as the director and the manager have said, particular expertise of reports around some of these issues, that doesn't mean that we don't have a role to play within them. And I'm not sure it's, when I look at the initiatives, given that there are other things which also have an advocacy element to it, I think it's reasonable to see if we can find a place where the advocacy around the closure of the landfill and improving the air and odour issues around the landfill can be resolved, and also ensuring that we have discussions with the Water Corp around being a wastewater treatment plant where there'd been previously more involvement in that side with the city's engagement around at least speaking to the department around that. As far as some of the other amendments which have been raised, I supported most of the ones from Councillor Pizzey. A lot of these amendments, I think, are things that are already, matters which are already occurring, or just statements of facts about the city's current position around herbicides or around, established reporting frameworks or other matters like that. So I don't really have a problem with those, but I think it's just reiterating things that are already occurring. As far as people who have discussed the public health plan, I sat down with the previous director for planning before even the first draft of this plan was put together, and had a discussion with where does the local government sit within this and what is an appropriate approach for it. And I've been inquiring about the creation of this plan since 2022. So I think it's important that the local government does stay within its role with public health matters. There's many things which occur in the health space which the local government cannot control. I think it's important we stay within our role, but our role is also advocacy on matters to support our residents and trying to facilitate within the programs that we already conduct with the state government to ensure that we're getting good outcomes for our community. So that's the way I look at point 3, rather than trying to find ways of taking on new responsibilities, which are the state government's management. I'll conclude there, and I'll go to Councillor Gould as the mover of the motion. Sorry, Councillor Hill, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, just in relation to your commentary there, which regarding the point 3 being a matter of advocacy rather than strengthening the plan. My question is, are we voting on the wording that we see before us, or is there a prospect of changing the wording to reflect advocacy, which is something I'd be inclined to support? Thank you.
I think I've already gone I've gone more or less now to the mover of the motion. So there's probably, and nearly everyone has spoken to the item, so there's no one who could really raise an amendment at this time anyway. So, yeah, I would think that at this time we'll just go to the mover, and and I think that is also the spirit in which the mover opened with her comments around advocacy and not taking on new responsibilities. So I think whenever we have a motion, we also need to look at it within the context of what it's put forward. So, Councillor Gould.
Okay, thank you. So is it the word strengthen that is looking to be amended I can't see what other options could be done there. Could it be strengthens the plan's reference to? Do you want me to do an amendment?
No, it's probably best I give you some guidance. So
yes,
you've moved the alternate. The discussion is now finished, so you've got now a right of reply to respond to the comments from all the councillors.
Right, okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your guidance. Yes, I was on the Strategic Community Reference Group when this plan first came, and so I did raise a lot of these issues at that meeting and followed up afterwards with some emails about that, so it is on the record there. And I do wish to acknowledge the continual contribution of community members. We've heard from them not just tonight, but on numerous occasions, who've taken the time to provide detailed information and advocate strongly on these environmental health issues. So I won't talk too long on it. In summary, I hope that Council will support these amendments and consider it appropriate for the public health plan to acknowledge significant environmental health concerns raised by the community and to support ongoing advocacy, information sharing and future consideration in relation to regional infrastructure impacts that are affecting our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And so we'll be voting on these ones separately. So if we first deal with point 1. The voting's closed and the item is carried. Point 2. Point 3. Oh, sorry, point 2 is carried. Yes, sorry. Point 3. Point 3 is carried. Point 4. Point 4 is carried. Point 5. Point 5 is carried. Point 6. Oh, sorry, 6 to 8 altogether, which is the remaining amendments from Councillor Pizzey. So if we do 6 to 8 altogether. Councillor Count. Thank you. Points 6 to 8 are all carried. Thank you. That then moves us to, we'll need a reason for differing from the officer's recommendation. Councillor Gould, I just need a short sentence on the reason for departing.
Me. I didn't have anything actually prepared, but I guess my summary is pretty much along those lines, that it's to acknowledge the community concerns that, yeah, we have this infrastructure in our city and it's affecting our residents.
I think so maybe if we'll go with to acknowledge community concerns.
Yes, to acknowledge the community concerns basically
relating to
what I
public
said
health.
Before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're actually typing it. Dang.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Gould?
Okay, sorry, thank you for that.
Thank you. We then move to item 12.6, Councillor Hutton, the minutes of the Regional Council.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to move.
I'm willing to second. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it brief. Just an update on Catlin Regional Council. Obviously, everything is still on schedule to wrap up ahead of the next round of council elections. There were a few important decisions made in that regard at the meeting. One of them was to do with lining up the CEO's contract to align with that timeline. But as I say, yeah, confident that things will continue to progress nicely and that wrap-up should happen on schedule.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll reserve my right. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to advise elected members that I've had some discussion with the Director of Infrastructure regarding Mindarie Regional Council reports, and the conclusion is that I will inform elected members by email tomorrow of some updates, which are generally of a confidential nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any comments? Councillor Hudson, you probably don't need to close. Thank you. All right, if we could vote on the item. Councillor May's left the room, so I declare the voting closed. The item is carried. We then move to item 12.7. The annual review of the delegation of authority. Councillor O'Neill, you have an alternate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Councillor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I firstly want to thank the city for their help in putting this together and coming back to me with some of the wording changes and things. It was really nice to have them on board with helping me with this one. The alternate for item 12.7 is the registered delegation of authority. It's about ensuring that the balance between operational efficiency and democratic accountability remains appropriate, transparent, and aligned with community expectations. Delegated authority is an essential part of local government. No council can function effectively if every operational matter must return to the chamber for determination. The Local Government Act clearly recognises this, and the city's delegated authority register itself states that the purpose of delegation is to improve the timeliness of decision-making and support effective customer service outcomes. However, delegation is not intended to replace the role of elected members. Delegation is a tool entrusted by council, and it is entirely appropriate and responsible for council to periodically review whether the scope of those powers continues to reflect the level of oversight that the community expects from its elected representatives and make necessary adjustments when it is required. This is what these proposed amendments seek to achieve. When we look through the register, we see a very broad framework of authority delegated from the council to the CEO, and in many cases further subdelegated through the organisation. In many operational areas, it is entirely appropriate and necessary, but there is also certain categories of decision that carry a higher degree of financial, reputational, and strategic risk to the city. Procurement decisions, contract extensions, and the disposal of public property fall squarely into that category. These are not minor administrative functions. These are decisions involving substantial public money, public assets, and public trust. The amendments proposed tonight are measured. They do not dismantle the delegation system. They do not remove administration's ability to carry out ordinary day-by-day operations. Instead, what they are aiming to do is recalibrate where the line should sit between operational autonomy and elected member oversight. Reducing procurement and pre-qualified supplier panel for thresholds from 500,000 to 250,000 is, in my view, a prudent and balanced reform. $250,000 is still substantial delegation. This is not obstruction, this is accountability. The same principle applies to contract extensions. Contract extensions can sometimes become one of the least scrutinised areas of the procurement governance. Contracts initially approved years earlier can lead to continued extensions without fresh market testing or broader council visibility. Introducing a financial cap and reinforcing reporting requirements ensures that extensions remain reasonable, transparent, and within clearly understood limits. Again, this is not about preventing operational continuity. It's about exercising the more appropriate guardrails around how delegated authority is exercised. The issue of disposing the city's property is perhaps even more significant. Public assets belong to the community. The disposal must always attract a high standard of transparency and governance. The current delegation already provides significant authority to dispose of property up to prescribed thresholds and includes provisions relating to valuations and methods of sale. I believe that retaining the delegation to the CEO while developing a clear policy framework is the most responsible path forward. A formal policy can establish clearer expectations around valuation processes, public transparency, reporting obligations, and safeguards around strategic or community assets. That approach strengthens governance without necessarily restricting administration's ability to deal with lower risk operational matters. Importantly, these proposed amendments also strengthen reporting and oversight mechanisms, requiring matters such as fee waivers and concessions to be periodically reported to the Audit and Risk Committee, increasing transparency while preserving enough flexibility for administration to respond to community needs efficiently. That is good governance in practice, not excessive bureaucracy, but appropriate oversight. I think it's important to recognise that the public expectations around accountability have changed significantly over time. Communities today expect greater transparency in procurement, greater scrutiny over the disposal of assets, and greater visibility over how discretionary powers are exercised.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Commend Councillor O'Neill for bringing this one forward. I think it's good timing considering where we are in terms of approaching a budget process and pressures on financial expenses and delivering a bottom line required to take the city forward. So I think having the council take on what is a more visible review and control of costs is a positive sign. So most of these are pretty straightforward and are not too complicated in any way. They're not imposing too much. And I particularly like the reference to the disposal of property, developing a policy on that, not impacting the delegation at the moment, but let's look at a policy. The disposing of property covers a whole range of scenarios, from actual selling of assets through to leasing of properties, and actually selling a property. So I think having a clear policy around how those different aspects are dealt with, from something that might be a few $100s to something in the millions of dollars instead of one page, has some greater clarity to assist the administration exercise their responsibilities under that. So from what I see, these are not onerous changes, but put the city and put the council in a position of being able to demonstrate greater accountability to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr Mayor, and I'm very much supportive of good governance, and with that in mind, and noting that we've had a number of amendments today and officers' comments, I'd just encourage all elected members to appraise themselves of the officers' comments. And with that in mind, I do consider the officers' comments on all of these 6 points to be clear, with the exception of item 2.3, and I just appreciate clarification from the relevant officer as to whether 2.3 is supported or not supported. Thank you.
And Director Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The production of a policy to guide the disposition of property can be supported by the administration. It would likely be provided to the Policy Committee in Q1 of next year.
Thank you. I understood from that 2.3 is supported by the officer's comments, so that's not explicitly stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, question for now, which I have sent through to the city, so they do have some notice. In the last few, in regards to the delegation that talks to the reduction to 250,000, sorry, I can't see them all on the screen. I think it's 2.4 and there was another one there at 2.2. I'd just like to know how changing that would have affected decisions that the city has made, and how that would have affected residents directly if that was in place over the last, 5 years.
Director Humphrey?
Apologies, can I just clarify that's 2.5 that's being discussed, or the calling of tenders?
I think it was 2.2 and 2.4. Councillor Pizzi, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And responding through you, the city already prepares a report for the CEO on any tender that's accepted under that particular delegation. So I don't believe there would have been a material impact on the decisions made or the process taken. The main impact will be that where those sorts of purchases or tenders are accepted, it will now experience a 2 to 3 week delay as it moves through the council agenda process.
Councillor Pizzi?
And in regards to 2.4?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, same answer. Essentially, we do prepare the same report we would for council we do for the CEO, so I don't believe it would result in any change in decision. It's just the timing of the decision and when we get back to the suppliers.
Councillor?
And how would that affect residents directly if it was to be changed tonight?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can't envisage any direct impact to ratepayers via either of these decisions. The main impact would be the time it takes for us to respond to the suppliers themselves on fairly routine type tenders.
Councillor?
Yeah, just give me 1 second to pull this up. Could I get a response for the similar question to 2.5, please?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's slightly different for 2.5. So 2.5 is the delegation that allows the CEO to exercise an option effectively that council would approve when a tender is approved by council or under the delegation of the CEO. So there's a tender on the agenda tonight that has options within it that would allow the contract to be extended a set number of times. It cannot be extended indefinitely. It's only for the options that are outlined within those tenders. The impact would be that we would have to begin the renewal process earlier than we currently do. And on a 3-year contract, we would probably begin the process of extending that contract at the end of the 2nd year. So that would mean that the 3rd year probably couldn't be considered as a part of the assessment for whether or not that contract is extended. That would be the main impact.
Councillor?
Could you foresee that being an issue with companies fulfilling their contract in meaningful ways? I'm kind of pointing at the fact that if tenders had to be looked at earlier, and maybe does that mean that they would be approved earlier, and then contractors fulfilling their original contract that affect city residents?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, I think again the most likely impact would be that rather than recommending 3+1+1 contracts, we would start looking at longer term fixed contracts. So for example, on something like waste, where we know we're going to require the service, we'd probably look at 5-year contracts instead of 3+1+1 to provide the suppliers with the certainty of pricing they need if they were to be looking at buying large fleets of rubbish trucks or other such investments. On the lesser value contracts, I don't believe it would have much impact at all.
Councillor?
Why would the city offer 3-year contracts rather than 5-year contracts now? I'm just trying to work out where that would be beneficial or not beneficial to the city residents.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reason we would offer a 3+1+1 contract is it gives us an earlier out if in the event that we believe we're not receiving the service level or pricing required. It gives the city the option of not exercising, and that would end the contract at that point. When we start looking at longer term contracts, it means we have to proceed with that contractor for a longer period of time.
Councillor?
And in the city's opinion, that's what you would have to do if this was passed today. We would have to offer longer contracts. Can you just confirm to me why we would have to do that?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, where a contractor is going to have to make a significant investment, so for example in waste collection, they're required to buy significant amounts of plant in order to meet that contract cost, they will seek to recover it. What we would have to do in forming up those contracts is consider the cost of that acquisition and how long they would take to recover it. On a 3+1+1, most contractors will assume that if they're doing a good job, they'll receive the 2 options being extended. In order to provide that certainty, if we weren't able to do it under delegation, most would look to seek to recover their costs under the contract term, not on the options. So we would have to start looking at longer contract terms to achieve the same sort of rates. But that's something that we would consider on a case-by-case basis.
Councillor?
And when these contracts are offered, can council change those conditions on them when we come to confirm? So instead of offering 3-year contracts, 5-year contracts, we offer 3, or vice versa?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we would generally recommend that if we advertise for a 3+1+1, that's what council endorses, or alternatively reject all tenders and re-advertise. So just to provide the people providing tenders with a level of confidence when they do, but theoretically, no, council could adopt the 3 years and not the 2 options if that's what they proceeded to do. And in the event that there's no options attached to a tender, there is no ability for us to extend that contract.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Fishwick?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a question I have. It's in relation to clause 2.6, being the delegation for the waiving of fees and granting of concessions. And I note that in Councillor O'Neill's rationale for the amendment has stated inter alia that, importantly, the officer comment expressly confirms that the amendment can be supported and can be implemented without significant resource impact. But however, in the officer's comments, it says the report can be prepared and presented to the Audit and Risk Committee as outlined with a significant impact on resources. As such, the amendment to the register is able to be supported. Is that a typo? Because I think that probably the word with in the officer's comment is probably without, I would imagine. Could that be clarified, please?
Director Humphrey?
Through you, Mr Mayor, every time we exercise a delegation to waive a fee or a charge, it's recorded, and we can provide that with a minimal amount of effort. There will be a number of entries in that report, though, so it would be a lengthy report that's submitted to the Audit and Risk Committee.
So the correct is that in Councillor O'Neill's comment, he says it would be without a significant impact on resources, but the officer's comment is that it would be a significant impact on resources. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I would suggest that it's not a significant impact on resources. I think that's a typo on my behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a comment, if I may,
Yes,
Mr Mayor.
fine.
I just think in relation to the alternate that the motion moved by Councillor O'Neill regarding the annual review of delegations, I'd like to thank him for the way it's been presented and the opportunity that he gave to all elected members to put in their submissions and then coordinate a response. Having read all of them, I'm happy to support the ones recommended by the officers. In relation to the ones that aren't supported by the officers, I'm still going to support them, but I just like to think that we could come back in 6 months' time if the 250,000 is an impost on the time of staff and so forth, then we can always review that down the track. So that's my feelings tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. I'm going to propose an amendment for point 3, if that's all right. And the amendment is going to read that Council reviews the register of delegations at the ordinary meeting held on the 17th of November. Do you want me to read that again? reviews the register of delegations of authority at the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 17th of November 2026. Could I get a seconder? Seconding Councillor O'Neill. Is the governance team ready? Yep, thank you. This is quite straightforward, building on what Councillor Fishwick has said, that it may be prudent that looking at these changes, if the council is of the mind to change down some of the limits of delegations, so from dealing with the ones spoken about, the choice of tender from 500,000 to 250, establishing the panels of pre-qualified suppliers from 500,000 to 250. It's been heard that may add a 2 or 3 week delay onto appointing those contracts, but it's not really going to change the ability to appoint. And then also some of the other elements around extending contracts and things like that. It's saying this amendment is quite simply that in 6 months' time, we review the processes, just make sure that we've made the right decision. We have a new CEO as well. It gives him the opportunity to help understand where the council's coming from with this and ensuring we have the right oversight structures in place and seeing that this is the right thing to do or not. Yeah, so I commend the council to support this item. Councillor O'Neill is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a really good point to add into it. It's obviously something that we threw around a little bit, and it has been in discussions. Yeah, look, I do agree with the Mayor's comments around this, that in 6 months' time we can look at this, see where the city's position is, see how things are tracking along, and we can review these delegations. We can at any time review the delegations, but this is good to actually set a time frame where we will revisit this again to alleviate any concerns that anyone has.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, for good governance. I'd appreciate checking if there's an officer's comment regarding this amendment, and in particular regarding the date, and also whether this goes direct to the council meeting or whether it should be considered by a committee at all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to either the CEO or Director Parry. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it wouldn't go to a committee because it's not within the terms of reference of any committee, so it would be submitted through to the November round of the council meeting. So that would necessarily go to the briefing session as well, and could include a commentary in relation to each of these changes to the register, should these amendments be endorsed tonight.
And just to seek clarification, if I may, through Mr. Mayor, just to check that the governance is comfortable with the date suggested, November 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the date is fine.
Thank you. Any further commentary on the amendment? Councillor Pizzey.
Just that we vote on it, not the amendment. I'll wait for the substantive. Is this just to vote on the substantive
It's just to vote on the amendment.
Separately?
Yep, we can do that when we get there. Anything final on the amendment? Thank you. I just encourage everyone to support this. I think it's just a good measure, a good stop measure to say, you know, is this the right decision? And in 6 months' time, we can just revisit it. Maybe the delegations need to be re-amended upwards if any of these succeed. So thank you. If we can vote on the item. Declare the voting closed, and it's carried unanimously. We revert to the primary motion. Any further discussion on the primary?
Yes.
Councillor Count?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the amendment. The reversibility of the nature is good to know. But I'm unsure whether to support the changes with a little bit more information. Like large transactions should come before council, but we do have well-paid staff with expertise in the financial matters, hired to handle such decisions. Just 3 questions on it. With the reduced amounts across the whole motion, alternate, what increases in the amount of transactions roughly is expected to come before council with this change?
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's currently 1 to 2 tenders per month that are presented to the CEO under the current delegation, and on average I would expect there to be 2 to 3 contract renewals per month, so that would be an increase of about 5 items per council meeting.
Okay, and second one, has there been a precedent around expenses in this price category that were deemed a poor choice by council after the fact, since every transaction is still presented to be reviewed at every council meeting?
Director, but I think I'm going to have to answer this one as well, Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in the time I've been here, I can't recall any tenders or contract extensions that have been called in by council following a decision made under delegation.
I think as well your question went to whether there was an evaluation of a poor choice made after a delegation, after a decision was made around a tender. I think that's a subjective decision for the council to answer itself.
That's
rather,
fair.
Yeah, given it's the council making the decision on the delegations. Councillor.
And the third one, which you did briefly answer previously to Councillor Pizzi, will this change impose much delay in the city's regular operations? I believe you said 2 or 3 weeks in some cases.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the longest delay I would expect would be possibly 3 to 4 weeks. If we miss a council cut-off for a fairly routine tender, it could cause a 3 to 4 week delay. That's the longest delay I would expect.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincula?
Thank you, through you. Just a couple from me. Just wanted some clarification. As a Band 1 local government, is delegated authority via the city's current position considered industry standard?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the last time the delegation register was reviewed by an external party, the recommendation was to increase the levels for the purchasing delegations, not decrease it. That was based on research conducted across the Band 1 councils.
Thank you. And just one final one with 2.6. Can I just get clarification on if the city is supporting it or not supporting it? I got a bit confused. I just want further clarification on 2.6. Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to be clear, the waiver of fees is very rarely exercised as the delegation, and it can be supported to provide that report to the Ordinaries Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments on this item? Councillor Chester.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to thank my co-ward councillor for the effort that he put into looking at a delegation, but I also want to point out that the city staff have presented sound arguments for items 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and I think they're generally valid. So I probably agree with the administration, but I think we have dealt with this fairly thoroughly. I'm thinking back now about egregious, I would have to describe it as the CEO's capacity to sell our city-owned property without reference to the council. I think that was extreme, and we did remove those from delegation, but the ones listed here that the city is agreeing to, that is 2.1, 2.6, I will be voting for those to be removed, but the other 4, in contrast to Councillor Fishwick, I think he said that he would be supporting most of them. I think they are valid explanations and I won't be supporting them.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supportive of some of the items and not supportive of other ones. One concern I have is, and I've actually had former councillors who used to sit around a table when I was first on council were around at the time. It was before I was on council, where there's examples of councillors opting for tenders, separate tenders against officers' recommendation, and things happening that result in court action and tree deaths and other things. And was quite widely reported in the media in the early 2000s. I don't think we are necessarily best placed to make judgment calls on tenders and override officers' recommendations, and I don't really see how changing the limits on the delegation is going to save any money, but it will obviously add more delay on projects getting underway and maintenance works getting underway because tenders take longer to award, and also officers' time and further bureaucratic creep in terms of bureaucratic churn, I should say, in terms of getting things done. It may not be significant, but every little bit adds up and it all costs money that doesn't achieve anything for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Any further comments before we move on? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor's question. Is the city's operating deficit issues it faces considered best practice in the industry?
Director Humphrey.
Through Mr. Mayor, the short answer is no. We would seek to aim to have our operating position closer to break even. It's not generally recommended that council should make a profit, but closer to break even is the preferred position.
Deputy Mayor. Any further? Just a brief comment from me on this one. There's some of these ones I support, other ones I'm a bit wary of. As far as some of the impacts around these as well, I think the important thing is whichever way the council goes on these items is that there's the stop point of point 3 now to say that things can be reviewed in November to make sure whatever happens is the right decision, to make sure we have set some of these values correctly. As far as 2.5, if 2.5 is not successful, just looking at the intent from Councillor O'Neill on this one, I'll be looking to, for the contract of renewals, to the Audit and Risk Committee to see if we can have reported not just the current report, which reports when an extension is granted, but when there's upcoming extensions which are about to be exercised. And if that might be a sensible way of trying to find some middle ground rather than some of the concerns which a number of people around the chamber have tonight. As far as 2.6, I'm supportive of making sure that we have some oversight over the waivers of fees, especially when these relate to waivers under the venue hire policy, and there's been a fair amount of contention sometimes around the community about how that's being handled. 2.3, disposing of property. I'll be supporting 2.3, which retains the current delegation but looks into the future about making a policy, so having a clear framework in place about how the property of the city is disposed of. Of particular interest for me is when real estate is disposed of under a lease, whether we do have the best way of ensuring that there's oversight when that occurs. That can be city venues which are leased out to community groups, or it could be other commercial leases which are exercised under delegation. So I think that's important. As far as the delegation, as far as the changes on choice of tender, so 2.2, 2.4, yeah, there's the directive stated there's the 2-week delay, but I presume that would be that the tenders would just be done two or three weeks earlier. It does add an additional element to the council meetings, but I think going forward, there's going to be a discussion we'll be having with the council as a whole about what reports should be brought to the council, what is the appropriate meeting structure, or as far as the strategy sessions, briefings, committees, and council meetings themselves, how we can best make sure that things pass efficiently through the council. But it's not just about efficiency, about what's brought to council meetings or the number of additional reports. It's also ensuring there's the appropriate oversight. Councillor May talks about a situation where maybe something went wrong. I know of that situation, but I think that's probably quite unrelated to this. But equally, concerns which can occur is that ultimately the council is responsible for what occurs with the organisation. Whenever there's an inquiry, people inquire into the council, and do the council have proper processes, proper procedures in place when something's delegated? So I think it's quite fair if councillors wish to look at the delegations, but it also means that there also needs to be a discussion about what is an appropriate level so that we're not delving down too much into the minutiae in the future. So I very much respect that Councillor O'Neill has, and other councillors do wish to vary down the thresholds. And I said in November, if we have another discussion, I hope that we can look at the current procedures and policies, where there's ways that we can then have assurance, whether in November, those can be increased, or we can look at the other delegations as well. So I'd like to thank Councillor O'Neill and the other councillors for their contributions on this item. Any final comments? Deputy Mayor, did you have a question?
I did, yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. In terms of reference to the time taken to consider tenders, what's the average time currently when a tender closes to when a report is prepared and either presented to the CEO or presented to council?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, we aim to have the reports to council in 60 to 90 days of the tender's closing, but it does depend on the size and the complexity of the purchase in question.
Deputy Mayor?
So an imposition of another couple of weeks doesn't seem to be, would that be regarded as a large variation from the standard 90-day target?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, no. We would still seek to have the tenders completed in that time. The largest delay will be in the event that we miss a council deadline and there's a 3 to 4 week delay before that tender can be awarded. But that would be, I would hope that would be very rare.
Deputy Mayor?
As a last one, question in terms of when tenders are renewed or extended, is there typically a notice period of a good, say, 3 to 6 months out before that a notice would need to be given to the tenderer for continuation?
Director?
Through Mr Mayor, the way the options are normally exercised is we can renew the contract up to the last day of the contract, but there are clauses within the tender that would allow the contractor to make changes, for example, as to which staff are available if notice is not provided 3 to 6 months in advance.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, if you'd like to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, everyone. I will keep this very brief. Yeah, just really touching on a couple of things there. We are looking at, I think it was worst case scenario was, I think it was 4 weeks was mentioned, I believe. Couple of weeks extra on a 90-day, as the Deputy Mayor actually pointed out there, is probably something that's worth having a look at. I know we're going to vote on all these separately, so that's good. And I thank everyone for taking the time to look at these. I hope I got it into everyone with enough time for everyone to get the information and have a look at things properly so that we can all make informed decisions there. Just really quickly, as elected members, that we are custodians of public funds and public assets. The community has expectations of us. Not only just to set strategic direction, but also ensure that governance and settings remain appropriate and proportionate to the risks involved. I did have a couple of other things that I wanted to say that I wrote down, but I'm not going to say those because I think we've got a good measure here. I'm going to leave it at that, and I thank everyone for their time this evening on this.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll vote on the items separately, so point 1 first. I declare the item carried unanimously. We'll go to point 2.1. The item is carried. 2.2. Two point 2 is carried. 2.3. 2.3 is carried. 2.4. Two point four is carried. 2.5. Councillor Hutton? 2.5 is not carried. 2.6. Councillor Hutton? 2.6 is carried, and 0.3, which is the review. Three is carried unanimously. Councillor O'Neill, do you have a reason for departing from the officer's recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did include the reason for departure, should this be, to provide a more appropriate balance between operational efficiency and elected member oversight in relation to procurement contracts and public assets. Council considers that increased transparency, accountability and governance scrutiny in these high-risk areas outweigh the administrative inefficiencies identified in officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you able to email that to the Manager for Governance?
I believe it is actually on the email originally that I did distribute, just underneath the officer's comments there, but I will distribute that immediately.
Thank you, Councillor. We then move to item 12.8. So I have an alternate which has been circulated on this one. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. This one is quite straightforward, so I propose we don't spend too much time on this. All this alternate does is that there is a requirement under the Act for code of conduct matters that the way in which they dealt with is settled by the council. So the Act contemplates in the first instance that the council becomes the final determiner of code of conduct complaints against elected members. What this does, as we've discussed many times, is that the council will appoint an independent person to conduct an investigation, and then that investigator will then write a report. This motion then authorises the CEO to seek expressions of interest to appoint an independent person to make the decision on the complaint itself. So there's one party which makes which does the investigation, and another party which makes the actual findings, so dealing with the complaint, deciding whether to dismiss it or uphold the complaint itself. In our previous discussions, the council was of the mind that people were not comfortable to have the council determine complaints about council members. So having this as an independent process is how we've settled in the past. So I'd encourage everyone to support this. The agreed rate of $466 is the same rate for an independent person on a CEO selection panel, and that's how we came to that figure. Councillor Hutton is the seconder. Thank you. Any further comments? Thank you. We'll just go straight to the vote then. Thank you. The item is carried. We then move to item 12.9, the corporate business plan. I have an alternate, which was in the pack from the briefing session. I think it was listed under Councillor May, though. Councillor May's alternate was slightly different, which he requested. So the one, if you scroll down, this one, if this is the one requested at the briefing session, it just says that we add the milestones in the next financial year. So I think there was an incorrect recording from the briefing notes. So if we scroll down for the part that deals with the libraries. Yeah, so there we go, 13. So noting that it's included in the corporate business plan, I think Councillor May, you requested an alternate at the briefing session to have it put in a particular quarter, which I think was Q1. So,
Q1, so on or before the September ordinary council meeting.
Yeah. So I'm willing, I'll move the one which we've got here as the alternate, which was in the pack, and I'll see if I can seek a seconder for it. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Pizzey, that's fine, thank you. I'd encourage everyone to support this alternate. What it does is it moves the city forward on its library strategies. The city has already undergone a review of the library services. I've seen the report, it's been released under FOI. The report is quite comprehensive and leaves a number of very constructive ways in which the library services can be improved. The report itself as well is something that I don't think requires that many additional resources of the city to be able to progress. It does look at, as some of the commentators from tonight have also seen the report, it does contemplate looking at the reference library section within Joondalup Library and finding ways that those reference library books can be redistributed through the different library branches, and then finding ways to make the libraries more accessible and more open to the public as well. There's a number of changes. So we already have the review which has been done. The next stage really is to write a strategy to implement the review to make sure that it's strategically aligned for the organisation. What's being proposed here is that we move forward with that. We move forward with creating that strategy, and then we place it into the corporate business plan for the next financial year. The differing of this motion and from what Councillor May proposed is Councillor May proposed putting in a particular date. At the next council meeting in June, the council will be looking to approve the corporate business plan for the next year, and I think that's the appropriate time to be looking at when we schedule it in, because at that time we'll be able to see the other competing priorities within the corporate business plan for the next 12 months, and it's also a 5-year document as well, so we can have that discussion about where does it sit and what other priorities need to be considered as well. So I'd encourage councillors to support this. The review itself was completed about 18 months ago or longer, so the city's had it for a while, the document's in place. We now have the opportunity to move forward with a strategy which will move also forward with a renewal of the library services and also has potentials to also create efficiencies within that service structure as well. Councillor Pizzey.
I have no further comment, thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentary? Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. For good governance, I'd like to be perfectly clear on what it is that we're voting on here. I'm looking at the alternative in the pack, which seems to replace the original point 12 with a new point 12 and point 13. Is that
That's
correct? Now, you made some reference in your commentary about something from Councillor May mentioning the date of June 2026.
Yeah, so,
where does that come into it?
Yeah, at the briefing session, I requested an alternate for it just to be included in this next year's corporate business plan. And so that was captured and included in the pack under Councillor May's name. Councillor May at the briefing session requested a motion which was slightly different, which prescribed a date and when it was to come back, which wasn't in the briefing pack.
So where is that captured in the alternative that was in the pack?
Councillor May's one?
Yes.
It wasn't.
So your reference means that we're not voting on June 26?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Yep.
And also for good governance, I think it's important to note that the elected members have received an officer's comment that it doesn't support it. Given the community interest in this item, I would kindly request if the officer's officer's comment can be read out in response to this alternative. Is that possible? Thank you.
Sure. Director, do you have it? Or I've got it in front of me. Sorry? Yeah. Director, do you have it, or do you want me to just read? Yeah, I can read it out. Jamie? Yeah, sorry, Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to the officer's comment, provides to elected members that this is not supported as the city is not proposing to progress the library strategy at this time. While a library strategy can be a valuable piece of work that can help drive the improvement and direction for a public library service, the city is not of the opinion that this is required for the Joondalup libraries at this time. It should be noted that the direction of the Joondalup Library Services is already guided by significant work done by the state and national public library sector, WA Public Library Strategy, the State Library of WA, the Library Board of Western Australia Act, as well as the city's Strategic Community Plan and Corporate Business Plan, both documents having strong connection with the work of Joondalup Libraries. Given the city's current financial situation and the need to maintain 0% growth in expenditure over the coming 3 financial periods, ultimately resulting in funding retractions, given the likely increase in costs in delivering a public library service, most notably being increasing staffing and stock costs, this will significantly limit any ability for the Joondalup Library Service to be able to consider improvement projects. Therefore, a significant future-facing strategic document is not considered responsible at this time. It should be noted that the library strategy is considered to be a priority project in 27-28 or 28-29 once the city's financial situation and outlook is more clearly understood.
Thank you. I do appreciate that being read out.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further commentary on this item? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank you for putting forward this alternate. When this was mentioned in the briefing session, there was a particular member of the public that made a talk about it, and I thank her for her time as well. It was well received. I asked a question at the briefing session around whether this was going to be possible to achieve it in the original milestones there, and the response, I believe, was no at the time. So I'm happy that this decision will set something forward that it will actually be included and it will be progressed a little bit earlier there as far as I can see. I encourage everyone to support this alternate, especially when it comes to things around our libraries. They are important, they're getting more popular, people are visiting them, and we do need to do something about it. If you look at somewhere like the city of Wanneroo, who they have the library that has the tech centre and all that sort of stuff attached to it as well, you can see they're doing some really good stuff with their libraries as well. So I'm looking forward to progressing something forward with this and encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Ventula.
Thank you. Through you, just a quick one for me. You mentioned earlier about the official report. When would that be coming to council? And is it a strategy session we're expecting that? Like, obviously, this is a pretty, I concur with my colleagues in the sense of how important libraries are, but this seems to be a pretty important piece of documentation that would assist this process. That's all.
Which document are you referring to? Are you referring to the library review which has already occurred, or the strategy?
The one you were referring to.
Oh, the library review. I think I'll go to the director about the status of that, but it has already been released under Freedom of Information. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that predates my time here, so I'll have to take that notice and get back to you.
I don't know where to go from there, so thank you.
Try and cover it in the closing comments. Any further commentary? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, so I just wanted to foreshadow that if this does fail, that I'm happy to go back to the original officer recommendation.
Thank you. Any final comments before we move on? No? I'll just close and yeah. So the review itself, it's already been released under FOI. It's dated December 2024. I'll see if I can speak to you, Councillor Ventura, about it as well. It includes a number of targets, a number of recommendations in it that are really about how does the city use its current resources and its current services in a better way to provide a better level of service, and actually looking at the current FTEs that are within the libraries and ensuring that they're best placed to support the other functions for the libraries as well. And that can say some of the review elements looked at, integrating FTE currently dedicated to supporting the functions of the reference collection, which some members of the community commented on tonight, and looking at those about integrating those into the rest of the service. Other elements look at making sure that the programming in the libraries aligns with the community, saying we can have a better customer service approach that maximises the staff presence on the library floors. So a lot of what's actually in the review that it's found are things that with the existing resources that we can improve the service itself. So most of this isn't actually a discussion about how we can increase the funding or a strategy that's going to lead to more FTEs or more funding. A lot of this strategy, and if it's based on this review, is actually looking at efficiencies and looking at ways that we can improve the libraries with the current service levels that we have. So that's why I think it's an important matter to bring forward. There's other elements in it as well that are a bit more involved, but as I said, the core of this strategy, which would be developed based on this review, as far as I see it, is something that is something that's going to be a meaningful contribution to the city. So I'd encourage everyone to support this. And as I said, it's about putting it into the milestones so that there is a clear pathway towards it. There's going to be other competing priorities, but libraries are probably one of the most used services that the city has. So I'll conclude there, but there's probably other elements I'll need to take offline to discuss with some council members as well. So as far as when would the strategy be coming to the council, which was Councillor Venturolo's question, that strategy itself, that would be included in the corporate milestones, and then a quarter would be decided when that would be coming, probably at the next council meeting. So when we make a decision about the corporate business plan. So I hope that sort of goes some way towards answering it. As far as the review itself, the review document, that's in the public domain, so I'm sure that can be provided to you. Thank you. If we can vote on the item. Declare the item carried unanimously. We then move to item 1010, which is 1210, the corporate sponsorship program. So I know there's been a number of alternates and amendments for this one. So I'll go to Councillor Mercer for the alternate, which she's raised. And I know there's a number of council members which have amendments to the item. So I know Councillor Hutton does, which is about a review of sections of the policy. I have one as well about making some of the policy retrospective, but if Councillor Hutton's one probably gets up as review, I probably don't need to do that. So I know there's a number of things we have to watch with this one. So Councillor Mercer, I'll ask you to move the alternate which you've circulated.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I move it.
Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Gould. Thank you. Councillor Mercer, whenever you're ready to speak to the item.
Thank you. The corporate sponsorship program is funded through public money and should therefore be administered with a high degree of transparency, fairness, accountability and public confidence. Concerns were raised during the public briefing process regarding the level of public promotion of the second funding round, the extent to which the process operated as a generally competitive application process, and the ongoing allocation of sponsorship funding to recurring recipients. While delegated authority plays an important role in supporting administrative efficiency, Council retains an overarching governance responsibility to ensure that decisions made under delegated authority align with community expectations regarding transparency, equity of access and the responsible administration of ratepayer-funded programs. This motion is not intended as criticism of any individual organisation or the value of the work undertaken within the community. Rather, it reflects the Council's responsibility to ensure that sponsorship funding process are administered in a manner that is transparent, equitable and capable of maintaining public confidence. Given the governance concerns raised during the briefing process, it is appropriate that Council exercises its oversight role and revokes the approval to allow the further review of the administration, promotion and overall integrity of the funding process. This motion also provides an opportunity for Council to consider whether future corporate sponsorship program rounds require broader public promotion, clearer assessment transparency, additional governance safeguards, or greater emphasis on equitable community access and participation. Ultimately, this motion seeks to support good governance, transparency, procedural fairness, and public confidence in the administration of publicly funded sponsorship programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gould is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this alternate motion, not because I oppose the organisations or events themselves, but because I believe Council has a responsibility to ensure the corporate sponsorship program is applied consistently, transparently, and in a way that clearly delivers broad community benefit. In my view, this is fundamentally a governance and precedent issue. Where the City provides sponsorship funding to events or activities that are member-based, commercially operated, ticketed or limited in accessibility, there is a risk of broadening the intent of the policy and creating expectations for similar funding requests in future rounds. I'm particularly mindful that some applications reference funding for enhancements or additional event elements rather than core community access or essential delivery. I think Council should be cautious about the use of ratepayer funds where the broader public benefit may not be sufficiently clear, equitable or accessible. I acknowledge the considerable work undertaken by officers and staff in assessing these applications and administering the corporate sponsorship program, and I'm not suggesting that all sponsorship approvals under delegated authority should be brought back to Council. However, I do believe Council has an important oversight role in circumstances where there may be ambiguity around accessibility, commercial characteristics, repeat funding arrangements, or broader policy precedent. While I note the advice that tickets may be released publicly on equal terms, I do not think that automatically guarantees broad community accessibility or equitable participation, particularly where existing memberships, venue culture, ticket limitations or established community networks may naturally influence attendance outcomes. I also think this discussion highlights that Council is currently working through broader governance questions regarding the corporate sponsorship program itself, including delegated authority, repeat funding arrangements, and the equitable distribution of sponsorship funding across the community. My concern is not with the applicants themselves, many of whom contribute positively to the community. Rather, it's about ensuring the corporate sponsorship program remains fair, transparent, defensible, and aligned with its intended purpose for all community groups seeking support now and into the future. I also would like to note that the City already provides and supports a broad range of accessible literary, social and community programs through its library services and other community initiatives, while also supporting local business activation through programs such as the Uptown Joondalup. In that context, I think it's important that the corporate sponsorship program remains clearly focused on delivering broad and equitable community benefit in accordance with its intended purpose. So for that reasons, I'll be supporting this alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. In the interests of good governance, I feel that the integrity of the sponsorship process is of paramount importance. It is important for the administration and council to demonstrate that all applicants are treated with complete fairness, meaning that all applicants should be treated impartially. At the briefing session, the administration confirmed that all sponsorship applications were reviewed impartially under the policy and guidelines that were endorsed by Council. A number of sponsorship applications below $10,000 have been approved by CEO delegation, and relevant applicants have been informed of those outcomes. I am guided by the expectations of our community of over 170,000 residents. I am therefore not supportive of this alternative motion. If Council wishes to revise the policy and guidelines, then it would be more appropriate for that to be addressed at a future policy committee meeting. I'll also foreshadow the original motion if this alternate fails. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you. A few questions first, if I may. Do any of these applications under revocation, do they breach the policy?
To Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, all of the city assessed all of the applications against the criteria and the policy using a consistent criteria-based approach. So we would not have recommended approval for any of the sponsorship should it not have met those particular criteria as required by the sponsorship policy. The administration did take into account with regard the concerns that were raised by elected members last year in relation to the North Shore sponsorship and included a condition requiring all tickets to be released to the general public at the same time and on the same terms, which we thought was ensuring open access to support the objectives of the corporate sponsorship program.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Another question, if I may. Has the city given this money to these groups?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no approvals have been given to any of these groups at the moment. The approvals were granted by the temporary CEO approximately 7 to 10 days prior to the item being on the briefing session agenda. I requested that the approvals be held over until after the council meeting.
Councillor.
Is there a feature of the policy that prevents funds being allocated a certain number of times?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is, at the back of the policy, there is a provision that organisations, events, programs or activities that have received funding through the program for 3 consecutive years would require the approval of the council for any subsequent applications, regardless of the funding level applied for. So that was suggesting to organisations that applied for sponsorship that they needed to have a look elsewhere for sponsorship funds as well. They couldn't rely on the City of Joondalup to provide funding continually for their programs.
Thank you.
Councillor.
A comment, if I may. So these are decisions made under a policy that has been explained to this council historically, was implemented to prevent council making these decisions with political agendas and to make sure that these corporate sponsorships are made transparently under a guided policy written in black and white. I think it is a slippery slope to revoke these decisions that have been made under the policy, unless it has breached the policy. We should not be revoking these decisions, and if you don't like the policy or the way that it functions, then that should be brought back to council for review. I do not support these revocations.
Councillor May, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm actually struggling with this one. In terms of why, I'm hoping in the closing remarks the mover can maybe clarify, but why two applicants have been singled out when there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that were approved. I don't know much about the book club. I do know about North Shore because I have been a member and a committee member in years gone by and volunteer. So I'm keen to seek some clarity around why they've been singled out, and also in the attachments on the report, it only really talks about the application amounts requesting more than 10,000 because they have to be determined by council. We've been recommended, they've recommended an amount, but I don't have specific information on the actual events other than what's been listed under the event's name under each of those 2 that have been listed. So it's quite difficult for me to make fair decision on this, given the lack of specifics I have around those two organisations and why they should be revoked and not the others. I'll make a general comment on retrospect. This is a difficult word. Retrospectivity. I should be able to pronounce it. I can spell it, but I can't pronounce it. I don't have an issue with that, but I do know there are a number of events we sponsor on an annual basis, such as the Heathridge Carols, the Mullaloo Triathlon, and a number of others. And they do provide value and publicity for the city and promote the district. So I'm not sure what the policy change could look like, but I'm open to supporting it. But there'll obviously be nuances around it as well. But again, it's quite difficult for me to make a determination on these two specific ones based on the specifics of the events. I mean, the North Shore one says North Shore Event Series 2026-27. I don't know enough about the events that are going to be sponsored because there's little information about it in the report and there's no information in the attachments on those two organisations. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I'm seeking to move my amendment to insert an additional point.
Yep. I'm willing to second.
Yeah. Would I be able to request whether or not the mover and seconder is happy to accept this to save the need for it to be voted on?
It's probably too substantive for that, too large for that.
Yeah,
Maybe
okay.
just make comments briefly.
Yeah, so, you've been seconded, that's fine. Yeah, so obviously, briefly, I know there's a lot of different positions on what should and shouldn't be revoked from the policy. I think no matter what, the best practice when there is contention around these issues is to review the policy itself. I'll leave it to individual councillors to make a determination on which specific aspects they want to support and not support, but just the idea of reviewing this section in particular. Obviously, as part of the upcoming budget process and the ongoing budget process, there has been a lot of discussions around the quantity of money allocated to this programme. And given the budget parameters we're under, you'd imagine it would be decreasing. So therefore, it is probably going to be prudent to review this policy in its entirety anyway. But this is obviously just requesting for a specific review of the section which is in question, and then we can obviously apply that policy going forward.
Thank you, Councillor. I agree with Councillor Hutton on this one. I had an amendment which was going to make changes to Part 4.4, adding that the retrospective provisions be applied, so that the provisions as far as limitations on groups only being able to receive under delegation 3 or more times, that be applied retrospectively, because currently it's not. So I think that raises a number of concerns, is that if we have groups which have already received funding for multiple years under the policy, but we say only from a particular date, is that going to be enforced? It's basically another 3 years. So you've got some groups which have received money for 3 years, and if that changes and added to the policy, it's actually going to be another 3 years in addition to that before there's actually clear oversight about whether that consistent funding of that group's appropriate. So that's basically taking it to 6 years, which, I just don't think is appropriate. I think the way to do that, to add that in, is the review that Councillor Hutton has suggested, and also saves me moving that amendment later tonight. Any further comments on this? Councillor Count.
Thank you. Just speaking on the amendment presented by Councillor Hutton, I'm happy to support this amendment, provided that the previous alternate is voted for in blocks, individually. Thank you.
We can do that. Councillor Ventulo.
Thank you. Through you, just seeking some clarification, and just for the record, when was the last review of the corporate sponsorship program?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it was November 2024. So it was over, I think, a 2-year period, the review undertaken by the Policy Committee. So it was endorsed at that time, and the new policy was implemented from the 1st of July 2025. So these rounds have not been in place very often. The Council I think should also consider the next round of sponsorship applications is due in July, in 2 months' time, and whether that the council wishes that to proceed under these particular sponsorship guidelines.
Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you. So just again to clarify, so we have a situation where council approved a review in 24, it was now implemented in 25, and this is the first time we're really using that framework. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have had one previous report through to the council, so this is round 2 of the 25-26 sponsorship rounds, where we have 2 per year.
So overall, it's pretty fresh. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, I'm generally supportive of this because I referred to it in my comments on the alternative. I'm just curious about whether the commentary from Director Parry about the upcoming further round and means that this should be considered by the policy committee before or after that. So it's probably afterwards, but that's for. I'd be happy for that to be discussed by the mover. Could I ask a question, please? This relates to the Heathridge carols, because there seems to be concern from some elected members about consecutive years of approval of sponsorships. Could I check, if possible, if the governance could inform me how many consecutive years has the Heathridge Christmas Carols event been sponsored by the city? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in 2020-2021, we had sponsorship of $12,500 per annum. In 2022, to the value of $13,000, and then 2023, 24, and 25 to the value of $20,000. So since, what's that, 5 particular periods.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, you know, if elected members have concerns about application of the policy and guidelines, and specifically about number of consecutive years, I would expect that councillors would have bigger concerns about the Heathridge Christmas Carol sponsorship. I don't necessarily share those concerns. My opinion, we should be guided by the policy that's been endorsed by council and the way in which sponsorship applications have been impartially addressed by initially CEO delegation for those under $10,000 and by council over $10,000. Thank you.
Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I just have a question to clarify some comments made in regards to a 6-year waiting period for review. I'm reading the 4.4 corporate sponsorship approval now, and in the second paragraph, it talks to organisations, events, programs or activities that have received funding through the corporate sponsorship program for 3 consecutive years will require the approval of council for any subsequent applications, regardless of the funding level applied for. I'm just wondering why it was talked that there would be a 6-year turnaround to stop applications.
I can answer that. At the briefing session, it was said that is not applied retrospectively. So it starts from this year. So if there's groups that have been funded, say, the last 3 years, then it would be another 3 years before that actually kicks in, which is 6 years. Councillor.
And this request is to have that particular part reviewed at the policy committee meeting for the retrospective part of that then? Is that the intent of this request?
This request is, as the text says, it's a review of Part 4.4 of the Corporate Sponsorship Council Policy, which, if a retrospective clause was added, then it would be added under Part 4.4.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify for Councillor May why we singled out these 2, is that something that I can address?
You need to address it in as far as it relates to the amendment.
Oh, excuse me. I'll do that in
so
the next
if
round. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, so you can either deal with it in your closing
I'll do
comments.
That in the one,
but,
yeah, getting ahead of myself. Thank you. Apologies.
Any further commentary on the amendment? Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'd just round off Obviously, there's a question of the date and when this should happen. Honestly, I think it should happen as soon as possible, but we obviously have a policy committee timeline. We have requirements for those to appear in the agenda pack. So that review should happen as soon as possible. Obviously, whether or not that's before or after the next round, it will be something that needs to be worked out in terms of the timelines. I suspect we won't have it fully approved until after that round has commenced. So again, that's something that needs to be navigated, but I think the sooner the better. And in terms of this question of how frequently the policy should be reviewed, I think the policy should be reviewed as often as required to keep it up to date and to respond to, I guess, evolving issues and concerns. I am of the opinion that both the corporate sponsorship programme council policy and the community sponsorship council policy are going to need to be reviewed anyway in light of budget decisions that are going to be made over the next month. If this council decides to substantially cut the budget for these programmes, then I think it's important that the policies are adjusted accordingly to make sure that we are focusing on the highest impact applicants. So yeah, I'm happy for that to all happen at once. But yes, I think it's very important we review this. And the review might determine to make no change. The review might determine to make a change. Let's let the policy committee decide. But I do think it would be worthwhile building this into a bigger review, which, yes, is happening a year after the last one, but the situation and the financial position of the city and the budget parameters have shifted drastically. So I think this can all happen at one go. So yes, I encourage you all to support this amendment. But as has been outlined, if you do support this amendment, that doesn't mean you have to support the whole motion, because we will then vote for the portion in sections and parts. So if you don't support the revocation part, you can effectively vote for the motion as was initially submitted with this additional inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can vote on the amendment. The amendment is carried unanimously. So returning to the primary motion, any further questions or statements on this item? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just seeking a bit of an expanded response from the city. The officer comment made statement that a ratification may have implications for stakeholders regarding the reliability of funding decisions once made. And this was obviously in relation to the two revocation requests. Can the city please expand and tell me what the implications are around?
Director Parry, or the manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. There is a very small chance that some of our more eager applicants may have been paying particular attention to the briefing pack, for example, and seen that there was CEO endorsement of a particular decision. If that's the case, then they may have, and this is only a percentage chance, but they may have then begun planning and may have actually started to move on some decisions. Now, we hope that that hasn't happened, because obviously contracts haven't been issued and amounts obviously haven't been advised via communications, but it does have some implications for some of the people that have been watching very closely. I think the other thing that we are particularly interested in watching is, if a revocation can happen, what does that mean to the advice that we give as the city administration to people when asking questions about their application and how that works in terms of the sponsorship criteria. I don't think that's insurmountable. I think that's something that we just have to adjust how we give that advice, but we would need to watch that very carefully.
Thank you. Just one more question before I make comment. What was the question? I don't know. Sorry. I suppose I'll just make comment on it then. In relation to this, it's one of these things that I toss up with, and I realise from the city's statements that the policy was followed. It's a policy that council actually endorsed. If we want to review it, then we obviously have to do so. The problem that I'm having with it, and the reason why I'm struggling with it is because if we make those decisions under the policy, and it's a policy that's endorsed by council, then us obviously going back on them means really nothing for the community in terms of transparency, and them being able to rely on things that we set in motion. So while I don't agree with funding amounts that have been specified there, and in particular the payments made under $10,000 for a number of the organisations, because of the constraints that we are in financially, and that we should be looking at these options and tightening down on these things. I'm guided by the policy that has been, as Councillor Vincillo did allude to and made statement of, that it has been recently looked at, and it has been approved by council recently. So this is a struggle that I think probably most people in the room are going through. But if we make these decisions, we have to make sure that the community knows that if we have a policy, we do our best to make sure that the transparency is there for the community and that the policy is adhered to. If we want to change it, we've got to change it. But for now, we obviously have to look at the guiding principles that we set in motion and approved.
Thank you. Any further commentary? Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you. Can I have a question for the city? Does the city have a precedent around revoking funding for a community event before?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of a revocation of a sponsorship amount before. There has been adjustments to sponsorship that may have been made by the council, but not a revocation of a recommendation to my knowledge. I may be wrong.
I think, sorry, Councillor, just to add to that, there have been times where the council has approved a sponsorship amount and the other party has actually rejected that, and then gone to the council or the administration to say that the council's decision should be revoked as well.
Sorry, the person applying for the sponsorship rejected the money?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
No worries. In regards to this, though, I do strongly support pursuing a change in policy if council is not happy with the administration's decision. I'm worried that this decision reflects poorly on our administration's decision-making process, and it does damage the city's reputation in the eyes of the community. We had set the policy and our administration had followed the guidelines. I guess a question for the mover of the alternate to speak on after: has North Shore or the Book Club done anything in particular warranting the revocation of their funding? I imagine such revocation around an amount that reflects 0.00352% of the city's budget would only be considered following heavy vocal public support to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Any Councillor Hill?
Yeah, question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just referring to this alternative, which I believe was submitted by Councillor Gould to elected members. A moment ago, when Councillor Gould was talking, I think, to the amendment, she specifically said regarding the selection of these two community groups for revocation that we have done this. So just seeking clarification from governance if governance concurs that the terminology "we" was used, and if so, whether Councillor Gould would wish to clarify who Councillor Gould meant by the terminology of "we." It's not clear. Thank you.
Director Parry, do you have any light you can shine on? Yeah. On the question, Councillor Hill?
Sorry, I didn't catch the response.
Oh, can you provide more clarity on the question?
So, with respect to, in the commentary with regards to Councillor Hutton's amendment, Councillor Gould was commenting in response to a previous question regarding why two community organisations have been selected for this revocation, and Councillor Gould opened that remarks, from my recollection, using the terminology why we have done this in terms of the revocation. And so, given that it was a this alternative is presented by Councillor Gould and not by a group of people. I'm just seeking clarification whether the terminology "we" was used in that context, and if so, if Councillor Gould could perhaps elaborate on what was intended, or maybe it was just misspoke. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's ask Councillor Gould to deal with that when she has her closing speeches, and she can explain why she used the first person plural. I imagine she spoke to other elected members about the motion before she put it up. Councillor May.
Well, just as a point of clarification, I believe Councillor Mercer moved a motion, so Councillor Mercer will be able to close.
Councillor Mercer. Yep. Councillor Hill.
So if I may clarify then, sorry, if Councillor Mercer submitted the alternative, then it still applies that Councillor, my question still applies for Councillor Gould, who made the comment about "we." Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Mercer, you'll be able to cover those matters. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. It's just surrounding the process of it. That it wasn't an open tender. Does that mean that this round should be nullified and redone? I'm just seeking clarity on that, that it wasn't an open tender for it.
When you say open, are you referring to the advertising?
Yes.
Yeah. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application process for round 2 remained on our website, so it was open for anyone to see if they wanted sponsorship from the city. Those applications and those rounds were advertised. The only thing that we didn't do was to advertise it widely on social media, which we would normally have done for round 2. So we emailed previous applicants, also had it on the website, and that was about the level that we undertook because of the budget reductions that were agreed to with regard to the sponsorship program next year. We didn't want to extend ourselves with the second parts of the payments in relation to sponsorships.
So the city did follow the procedure then? Yes? Okay.
Thank you. Any final commentary? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question regarding the other funding. Does the city offer any funding through the business development side of the organisation, particularly around the, it's mentioned within one of the applications, the accelerator program?
Director Parry. Are you able to provide a page number for your...
It's fine, I'll take it.
Yep, sorry. We'll go to the manager. Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We work very closely with the Economic Development team and with the city's community grants team to make sure that there is no double up in any of these sponsorship applications. In some cases, what we can do is work with the Economic Development team to make sure that people who come through the Accelerate program then have other options to progress with the city to ensure events grow and continue to succeed. So, for example, the book club would be one of those applications. So the book club was an idea that was originally founded to entrepreneurs that came through the Economic Development team's Accelerate program. When that funding ended and that support ended, it then moved over and was continued to be supported by the city through the sponsorship program.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Because it made mention that they've continued to apply through Innovate programs. So just seeking confirmation that there were no other fundings in the last 12 months there.
Happy to confirm that that was a flow through to this program rather than any double up of the 2 funding programs.
Yep. Thank you. Just across, obviously, there's support for reviewing the policy. I understand this is a difficult one because whilst the council set the policy also has the CEO setting the specific guidelines each year, which are subject to change and review and update by the CEO. So they're not approved each year by the council. So there is a dual responsibility in what those qualifications are. obviously there's some concern around how we are funding, and are these commercial operations versus more of a social event delivering an outcome. So it does become a complex area of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to promote and what the organisations are doing. Also note the complexity that comes in if we do seem to revoke a decision made under delegated authority, the complications that may come with that. So considering those as part of this decision. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentary? Councillor Hill.
Yeah, just one final question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just again noting that this alternate was only submitted this afternoon, and given the community interest, I would kindly request if the relevant officer could read out the officer's comment in response to this alternative for the benefit of all in attendance. Thank you.
Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to read this out yet again. The proposed revocation is not supported. The applications were assessed in accordance with the Corporate Sponsorship Program Council policy and guidelines, achieving an overall score that reflects a consistent and equitable approach to funding allocations in this round. Revoking the decisions may call into question the consistency and transparency of the established assessment process. While contracts have not yet been progressed, a revocation may also have implications for stakeholders regarding the reliability of funding decisions once made. Given the proposed amendment motion, the authorisation provided by the Council to the CEO to approve applications for corporate sponsorship up to and including $10,000 excluding GST will no longer be undertaken. All corporate sponsorships up to and including $10,000 excluding GST will in future be submitted to the Council for approval.
Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Anything final? Okay, I'm going to make a couple of comments before Councillor Mercer closes. I support the review of the policy, and I think that's important because I think there are elements of this that need to be tightened up. As far as the decision which the administration's made in relation to these two clubs, these two entities, both North Shore and the Book Club, to be blunt, I'll be supporting 4 and 5 on these ones. Looking at the decision that the administration has made, I understand how they have come to that decision. However, when I read the policy and the guidelines, I come to a different decision. When I look at the ineligibility elements around, it says here, applicants are ineligible for the corporate sponsorship if the application has unsatisfactory management and they have a history of poor sponsorship management or incomplete reporting. If people remember at the briefing session, I requested a copy of the acquittal. I compared the acquittal against the application from last year. And I think a lot of the elected members might remember my commentary from last year, how I had a number of questions about what I would consider the accuracy of that application. That application made claims that, and again, these are not my claims, these are the claims of the association, that by sponsoring the event, for sponsoring those 3 events, that it would benefit hundreds of businesses in the district, hundreds of community groups. The acquittal did actually not go anywhere to address actually how these events were benefiting hundreds of groups. There are other concerns around as I said, the actual sponsorship to this group as well, and it's what I would consider its suitability. Some of these events, as I said, I can be more accepting of around, say, for example, the carols. As far as, and again, this is a limitation of the policy. One of the things that the council exists for is to ensure that there's oversight of policy. So if there's times where maybe there needs to be a divergent opinion on policy, that the council has the ability to do that. The policy is primarily for the administration to follow. They've followed it and come to a particular opinion. The council, though, always needs to remain a certain amount of human interest in things to ensure that the policies, when they're applied, don't become, there's a certain amount of community expectation that policies are followed a particular way. This way the policy has been followed. However, community expectations might be at times that we actually diverge from a policy. It's not for the administration to try and depart from policy, but at times the council does. And the council does that in many matters, sometimes where we've advertised that we'll do particular capital works and it changes. We change our priorities all the times, and people look at that and they say, okay, you had a framework, you had a policy, and you've changed your mind for particular reasons. On this, there was a comment from, I think it was Councillor Count, I could be wrong on this, saying is that should we depart from the officer's recommendation only if there's a lot of community impact and concern around things. I would say I've received a lot of community concern around the sponsorship last time because it was sponsoring a New Year's event. There's a Christmas party, well, we shouldn't call it a Christmas party, a Christmas event which is sponsored by the city for the Joondalup Christmas lunch. And that's for people that are homeless, that have nowhere else to go on Christmas, that are isolated. In this, we're sponsoring a New Year's event where if it wasn't sponsored, they could just charge $10 for tickets. So when I look at this, I actually see that there is going to be a lot of community concern around this when next month, or even this year, this meeting, we're going to be looking at advertising a differential rate, which could have a rate increase of 5–6.5%. And I think when the community looks at that and they evaluate what is the money being spent on, at different times, sometimes we have to say, well, the policy says particular things, but we also need to change direction. And I think in this case, I'm actually willing to depart from the policy, and I see there is a case here that, there is going to be a lot of community concern around this. People will say, we funded a New Year's event with DJs and all these things for the North Shore group there. And I think there's actually going to be a lot of community concern and consideration about this sort of decision leading forward. And to me, at least, as far as ineligibility under the policy, I actually really do question around proper reporting around this. I think if things are claimed in the application in previous years that didn't eventuate, one of the things that was claimed previously, there was going to be all this economic activation of properties which were actually a long way away from North Shore. Somehow it was going to also activate Whitford Shopping Centre, which isn't next to the property. So a lot of things in the previous applications for North Shore didn't make sense. It didn't come through in the actual acquittal that those things were achieved. I think it's reasonable to say I have concerns about the incomplete reporting and how these sponsorships are being managed by them. So I'll be supporting this. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to say that there was no criticism against the organisations who put in for this grant. I don't know the organisations. I've not been to their events. So definitely was no criticism on them. What it was about is the transparency, the fairness and the public confidence in what the administration and us as councillors are putting forward. There are two organisations, and the two organisations were chosen because they were commercial entities. Comparing that to a Christmas lunch for the homeless is like comparing apples and oranges. The tender was not an open tender, as we were told. They were contacted by email to let them know that their sponsorship was once again open, so it wasn't open to the broader community. So once again, I come back to the fairness, the transparency and the public confidence in the decisions we're making. We as a council have to exercise governance responsibly to ensure that public funding processes remain equitable, accountable and capable of maintaining our community's trust. That is what my motion is about tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. If we could all vote on the item. Sorry, we'll do point one. Point one, Councillor Pizzey and Deputy Mayor.
I just have concerns over what was just said about it not being open to the whole community. When the director said that it was advertised on the website.
I can't remember exactly the comments from Councillor Mercer on this one. I think the phrase was around open tender. I think around the chamber everyone knows what's being meant here. It wasn't advertised in the process, it was available on the website. I'll ask Councillor Mercer to make a personal explanation, if you'd like to clarify that point.
Thank you, Mayor. That was my intention.
If we can move to point 2.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what was the result of point 1?
Oh, point 1 was carried. And point 2. Councillor Chester. Point 2 is carried. Point 3. Point 3 is carried. Move to point 4. Point 4 is not carried. Point 5. Point 5 is not carried. Point 6.
Could I seek clarification, please, Mr. Mayor? Just
yes.
Remembering that I foreshadowed going to the original motion. If we approve this as is, how does that affect the original motion? Given that 4 and 5 were not carried, I'm just querying whether we should go back to the original motion for this point.
I think we've already carried points. So the only changes on point 6 is on noting.
It specifically lists only 5 applications are approved, so it excludes the 2 that were subject of revocation. Just seeking clarification, if I may.
So if we then go to so when you foreshadow, do you foreshadowing the whole motion or just part of it?
The original motion as printed.
Yeah, I don't think we can go back to the original motion as printed, given if you're foreshadowing the whole thing. Or are you just foreshadowing?
Well, the only difference is in
point 4.
I'd have to go back to, just bear with me. I think it's important, so let's go back to it. Yeah, so point 4 originally captured all of the approvals that had been done under delegation of the CEO, but the motion, the alternative, only lists 5 of those and excludes 2.
We'll still have to vote on point 6 because it's been moved. So if point...
Yes, but point 6, yeah, I'm just suggesting that we may have, presumably when we go back, it might just be adding 2. I don't know how it's going to capture, because we're already capturing 5 if we approve this. So I guess for guidance, I guess for guidance, should we be, if we want the original motion, do we reject this in order to get the original, for simplicity? Thank you.
I think let's reject this. If people want to go back to the original point 4, you'll need to reject 6.
Thank you. I appreciate the consideration.
Yep. If we can vote on 6, then. The governance advice I have is it doesn't really matter either way. The delegation is still there and the city can act on it. So you can choose either to vote for or against 6. If 6 goes down, we can deal with 4, as you said, but practically it doesn't matter. So if we can vote on 6 because we need to.
Yes, that's clear.
Yep.
I guess I'm just curious if elected members chose to vote before the clarification was made. So
Okay, that's all right.
I didn't. Thank you.
Yep. If we can vote on item 6. Have we actually? We're done? Yes. Yep. Okay. Okay, we move on to the next item on the agenda.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can we have a clarification on the vote? And what are the implications for the 2 sponsorships that were omitted from point 6 as printed?
Sorry, what's the...
We didn't see the result of the vote and you didn't announce it. So I was thinking
sorry, for point 6?
But secondly, given that the resolution we've voted to approve only considered 5 of the applications, what is the status of the other 2 where revocation wasn't supported?
The status of those applications is still, it sits with the CEO under the delegations. Those applications will go forward. We'll go to the director.
This is only for noting.
Yeah. It's only for noting.
Okay, thank you.
So we then move to the next item tonight, which is the, oh, sorry. Another part. Oh, sorry, and the last one, which is the review. Go to number 7. Councillor Vincillo on count. Thank you, and the item is carried. We then move to item 1211, list of payments. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as written.
Yep. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, thank you for the city's responses to the questions and queries we all had. Quite satisfied with everything except the one that I did actually raise publicly with the buggy buddies, the influencer payments that we made. I'm just wondering if it's possible for the city to maybe compile or bring something to audit and risk in relation to the influences that we pay, that the city pays, and the payments made, the uses of those payments directly and indirectly. Something that I wasn't aware that the city is actually doing is making those sorts of payments to influencers for them to cross-promote, and I'd like to understand that a little bit better. So hopefully that we can have something brought to audit and risk or one of the committees for that. Apart from that, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of follow-up questions from the briefing session. Payments to Total Eden, there was $15,394 paid for the maintenance works at Duncraig Adventure Hub. So just saying, do we have a set scheduled maintenance contract in place? And given that amount of money, is that the expected monthly sum?
Director Humphrey or Director Carson?
Through Mr. Mayor, if I may ask the Manager, Parks and Natural Environment to provide a response.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that wouldn't be part of the annual cost for the irrigation. That will be for some repairs that would have been or amendments made during the course of establishing the Duncraig Adventure.
Deputy Mayor.
So the description of scheduled maintenance works is actually just one-off stuff? Considering there was also a sum of 14,800 paid in December 25. So I'm just trying to say it seems to be a regular amount, but trying to get my head around it.
Director or the manager?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a couple of maintenance contracts in place for the ongoing maintenance. The majority of the irrigation currently that is the repair work through the modification work will be those costs, but I can get back to you with further information, Councillor, just to clarify.
If we could, that would be great, because I know within the recent report, the annual costs were down as $190,000 per year as operating costs. So it'd be good to know what it is, considering, yeah, there's sizable sums in December 25 and in the recent month. I note there was another $3,000 for mulch maintenance at the hub, also to Total Eden, paid this month. So looking at those, look, 190 doesn't really cover it. So if we could get that clarified, that would be great. And the Wolga waste management course, $6,500 for 3 people. Is that, it seems an expensive course, is that correct?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice and provide a detail. I don't have that with me.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor O'Neill, do you want to close?
No, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can vote on the item, please. And the item is carried. We then move to item 12.13. Yep. I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation. Could I have a seconder? Second, Councillor. Oh, sorry.
We've got 12.12, yeah.
Oh, 12.12, sorry. Deputy Mayor, 12.12.
Thank you. To move the item as tabled, thanks.
I'm willing to second, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a follow-up clarification regarding the depreciation charges, noting the $2.3 million variation negative, and just seeking clarification that, so we've had a sizable write-off of assets that we didn't factor in when we considered the mid-year budget. Is that what we're saying?
Director Humphrey?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We increased the depreciation allocation at the mid-year review by approximately $2.6 million, which related to the increase in the valuation of replacement costs of our assets and the impact it had on depreciation. It has also had an impact on write-offs, and there were several large write-offs. I'm happy to take the remainder of the question on notice and provide the details of those write-offs via an email.
Thank you, Director. Deputy Mayor?
I would appreciate what those write-offs are, because obviously, well, from the figures, the monthly charge in that area was over $4 million. Comparing the accumulated depreciation for the year to the previous month, so it obviously ramped up, and we only had $1 million variation. So now we're growing quite rapidly, and as part of that, what we have incurred, are we expected to incur even more in the remaining 3 months of the year that are yet to be reported?
Director Humphrey?
Mr. Mayor, the observation of the Deputy Mayor is quite correct. It has ramped up. The asset management team have done a particularly good job of catching up on the capitalisation process and the disposal of assets as a result of that. I'm not expecting it to continue ramping up. I'm expecting the variation, the end-of-year variance, to be only slightly higher than it currently is, but I can provide all that information to elected members via an email.
Deputy Mayor?
Noting that, as part of that clarification, can we confirm the capital write-off amounts, whether they were old written down values or whether they were capitalised values which were now determined as not being able to be capitalised. So more recent expenditure that has been changed in status.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we can separate out the actual write-off of older assets and any works in progress that was subsequently written off as two separate tables.
Thank you. I will reserve my right. Anybody else wishing to make a comment or statement on this? Deputy Mayor, over to you to close. Thank you. If we can then move to a vote, please. Councillors Hutton and Hill. Thank you, and I declare the vote carried. We then move to item 12.13. I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor May, you said that you're willing to second. Yep, thank you. I don't have much to add on this one except just to say I think it's very positive to see that this is finally progressing. I remember back in, I think it was 2021, 2022, the previous mayor and I put this into the Capital Works program and had the original discussions about upgrading the change rooms, and it's been a process to get it to this stage. Of course, there's prioritisations. It's a club that does a lot for the community, being out there over the summer, looking after our beaches and keeping our community safe. So they're a well-valued volunteer club within the district, and I think it's good to see this project move forward. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with the comments you've made, as well as I know the club were, again, grateful to the city for their support on this project at their AGM last year as well, and the previous president, who I knew quite well, was also had the same gratitude for the city and the work that's been done to get to this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on this? Councillor Pizzi.
Can I ask a question? Is there a business plan that is a part of this tender? So as a part of this project, is the city paying for a business plan?
Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Pizzi. This project here is separate from the state government's election commitment. The city is working with the club and they are seeking through the state government, and we will bring that report back to council as part of that election commitment, a feasibility study on the improvements to the gym area, etc. This is separate from that project.
Councillor.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. I concur with the comments made. The surf club gives an invaluable role to the community, and I think these kind of works will ensure that the club functions in a good and appropriate and peak way, so that they can continue the good work that they do. And obviously it's run by volunteers in our community, so I think we should be supporting them any way that we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Any final comments? Thank you. I don't wish to close. If we can vote. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Then move to item 12.14. Councillor Hutton.
Yep, happy to move the recommendation.
Yep, I'm willing to second. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, keep it brief. This is obviously the final piece of the puzzle to complete the Catalina development. Obviously, it's a peculiarity that this small section of the Catalina development was given over to the Catalina Regional Council in whole instead of the share being given to each individual city as per the rest of the land. This just corrects that and basically allows the development to wrap up in a timely manner. So I encourage you all to support the motion.
Thank you. I don't wish to speak to it. Anybody else? No, if we can just go to a vote, please. Thank you, and I declare the item carried unanimously. We then move to item think I had someone for 13.1.1. Is that correct?
I think there was a 12.6, Councillor Chester extracted. 12.16, sorry.
Oh, 12.16. Sorry, Councillor Chester. 12.16.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move 12.16, the recommendation as printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Count. Councillor Chester.
Yes, just briefly, I'd like to commend the city for keeping state agencies accountable for their actions. I'm referring here, of course, to the Main Roads, who mistakenly removed multiple mature trees from Kilrenny Park and Greenwood during their construction of the principal shared path. In spite of the city's efforts in trying to bring them properly to account by awarding some costs involved using the Helliwell system for value of trees, the appeal to the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation fell on deaf ears, and Main Roads were able to sidestep their responsibility by invoking the very dubious clearing permit, which I quote here as CP 3818/17, a very ordinary permit, I might add. It sort of gives them carte blanche on anything to do with creating a road. If they're knocking down any trees, they don't have to answer for it. And I do have a question, if you will. Apparently, that particular clearing permit expires at the end of this year. Does the city know that if that permit will be extended?
Director.
Free, Mr Mayor, no idea if they are seeking an extension at all.
All right, okay. Just another question, if I may. Referring here to a diagram in the agenda on page 134, you'll see the efforts that Main Roads made to compensate the city for the removed trees. They spread some hydro mulch, which contained a seed mix, supposedly. I'd say it's a fairly half-hearted effort on their part. Maybe I could just have a comment from the city whether they were entirely satisfied with that effort from Main Roads. Thank you.
Director.
Through Mr Mayor, I'll start off and ask the Manager Parks and Natural Environment to add some comments as his team is doing the inspections. So through the overall inspections of the handover of these areas, the city meet with Main Roads and the contractors to evaluate the work they've done. Obviously, as you have indicated, Councillor Chester, we have limited ability, but we push that as far as we can in terms of maximising the retention of vegetation and also the reinstatement of any vegetation. I'll just check if the manager has something to add there.
Yes, thank you for that clarity. There is some good news, of course. That stretch of good quality bushland to the south of Kilrenny Park is going to be handed over to the city's care, I believe, in August. So that's an upside to the whole process. Am I correct in that assumption?
That's correct. Through Mr Mayor.
Councillor? That's all.
No, nothing more to add. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you. I share Councillor Chester's sentiment. The environment does not stay within the boundaries of artificial boundaries of local government, so it's important that we maintain advocacy and communication with other external bodies. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any final comments? Councillor May.
Thank you. As you see in the executive summary, this is ultimately in relation to a notice of motion I put up in May 2022 around clearing of vegetation between freeway and where houses were. So I do, not that I'm seeking to take credit or anything, but I will give credit to the city's team for there were some design improvements as a result of that, and I think that overall, the project, the outcome has been quite good in terms of the vegetation that's been retained and the revegetation of other areas. There's some really nice kangaroo paws that are just coming into flower, and I pamper my kangaroo paws and they still die on me, so I'm not sure how they survive, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I could just run back over what my co-ward councillor said there. Just in relation to the permit, firstly, just curious as to the city's stance on if, I understand that you aren't aware that they're applying for the permit again, but if the permit was reapplied for, would the city be of the opinion to instate conditions, or what's the thoughts of the city on that moving forward?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application from Main Roads will be to the Department of Water Environmental Regulation. We do sometimes get asked for comments by the department. I'm not sure if any of the permit conditions will be for roads within the city of Joondalup, and we would hope that the department, if that's the case, would refer that to the city's environmental team to consider making a submission on that.
Excellent. And just the other thing, just to get an actual response from my co-ward councillor's question, was the city happy with the result? Just to, because I don't believe it was answered.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the majority of the work that has transpired, the city is happy with. The maintenance, there are some ongoing maintenance which are not to our standard, which we're following up with. As far as the dry seeding of Kilrenny Park, which is Councillor Chester's, one of Councillor Chester's focuses, we will not know, be able to ascertain how successful that is until we have our full winter rains and see what actually germinates. But before we take handover of that, we'll be meeting with Main Roads, and they will need to make good those areas before we take them over.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything final on this? Councillor Chester, do you wish to close? Do you need to close?
Nothing more to add, thank you.
Thank you. If we can vote on the item, please. Declare the voting closed. The item is carried unanimously. We then move to item 13.1.1, if that was withdrawn. Councillor Hildy-Room? No? So we then move to 13.2.1. Deputy Mayor.
Point 1 or point 2?
Sorry, point 2.
Yeah, happy to move it as it's in the papers. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Deputy Mayor.
Don't really want to speak to it. Just to note, the Audit and Risk Committee ran through the candidates and selected those 5 to be considered in the interview process, so support the outcomes of that process. Thank you.
I don't wish to comment. Any further questions or statements from members? No? Thank you. If we can just move to a vote on this. I declare the voting closed. The item carried unanimously. So before we move on, we've got an adoption by exception resolution. Just make sure I've got that correct. Director Parry?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
That's correct. If we can then have items 12.1, 12.2, 12.5, 12.15, of course 13.1.1.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I think we voted on 12.5.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
12.5, the status of council decisions.
Pretty sure we voted on that, didn't we? You had a discussion on that?
I don't think we discussed the status of council decisions.
Okay, I
12
was looking at 6, yeah.
Yep. Does anyone wish to discuss the confidential item, the status of legal actions? As we can place that into the... If we could also place that one into the exception resolution as well. If we're able to. Because then we don't need to go behind closed doors for anything.
Sorry, do we have to go behind closed doors for 14.1?
No. I'll just check with the director. Is that all the items?
Yep, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. I'm willing to move. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Vinciulo? No. Any comments? Councillor Hill, you look confused.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll just move straight to the vote. I declare the voting closed. The item is carried unanimously. We then move to item 14.1, proposal for levying differential rates. I'm willing to move. Could I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Vinciulo. The proposal that's in front of us is to levy a differential rate with a proposed increase of 6.5% compared to the average rate which was imposed last year. That does not necessarily mean that the council will follow through with a 6.5% rate increase. I know that there is an amendment which is which will be added by Councillor Hutton, I presume through debate in this, of where he is also proposing that next month we come back with options looking at the proposed rate increase of it being potentially also 5.95% and there being a corresponding decrease in the operational expenditure. The rate which has been proposed is based on the same budget parameters which was approved by the council back in November last year. That was looking at trying to freeze the operational expenditure for 3 years and increase rates by CPI plus 2%. It was a measure which was taken not lightly by this council, but it was a measure which was put forward to make sure that we have a responsible budget, to make sure the organisation remains financially sustainable, that we can deliver the core services for our community and address the current pressures which are on our budget as well. At the meeting in November, if people cast their minds back and consider the operating deficits which the city had been running and also the operating deficits which were projected into the future if they were not addressed. If the council continued as business as usual, as was contained in the strategic financial plan, if, say, for the better part of the remainder of the decade that the council continued as just business as usual, by the end of the decade, it would be likely that the council would need to increase rates by 50% to actually meet its obligations. So we do have a serious financial situation the council needs to look at, but it's something that we can manage responsibly and we can navigate by ensuring that our budgets are appropriately put together. And for the community out there who may look at the rate increase, I understand the concerns and I do understand the cost of living pressures which people are currently subject to, everything from fuel, groceries, housing prices. And that's why, as part of this, the council is also not looking to be increasing its expenditure. What we set back in November last year was that we weren't going to be increasing our expenditure actually over 3 years. The increased revenue which we would be receiving would be to address our actual current obligations, so our current assets that we have, and to actually protect our services. So it's not actually a plan to be going forward and spending money and being reckless. This is about us trying to be appropriate. We are experiencing the same cost of living pressures that the average family has. When fuel prices go up, we're affected by fuel prices. When material prices go up for building houses, our prices also go up for resurfacing roads, refurbishing community facilities. And so we need to be prudent about what we're doing. But as part of this as well is that next month with the budget, we haven't seen the final draft budget figures. I hope that they do come to the council in a manner that's timely, that it's not a late item, so that there is a time for the council to digest all of those elements, and so that we can be clear about what we're putting forward to the community and how we are actually prioritising our core services. But of course, if we put together a budget, it also means that the council needs to stick to it through the year. It also means that we need to be very prudent about what projects we do approve, and also the budgets that we actually have for some of our major projects, ensuring that they all remain affordable, not just affordable for the council and its budget, but affordable for our community. And we should be looking at affordability as number one of whether something's deliverable, not just can we actually stretch to, building an expensive, whether it's a club rooms or whether it's a redevelopment of an area. We need to make sure that things are both affordable and deliverable for our community. And it also means with smaller decisions, making sure that we don't just do the right thing, but we are seen to be doing the right thing, whether it's on big decisions or small decisions. And the way in which we also deal with small amounts of money can also affect how people perceive how we will deal with larger amounts of money. So I'd encourage everyone to be very circumspect about the types of decisions that are made. It's not something that we can be seen to be frivolous, whether it's the different expenditures that occur around the city, or what we sponsor, or we choose not to sponsor as well, but then also expenses as well, the things we claim and the things we are entitled to. So it's something that as a council we need to make sure that, as I said, we do the right thing, and we're also seen to be doing the right thing, not just in small things, but the big things too. So I'll stop there and I'll go to Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you, through you. First of all, I just want to thank the city and the officers for the body of work they put into this and starting the ball rolling, and it is appreciated, and it's evident there's been thought and process, and I thank you. And I think moving forward, I think there's some things that we should remind ourselves. As a city, we should be incredibly proud that we've had the lowest rates for a long period of time, and that's something that should be really, really remembered. And I think irrespective of whatever decision is made at the end, our body of work will see that we're still the lowest, and we'll have a great reputation because of it. I think another thing I would want to just reiterate, and I know the Mayor touched on it, is that end of the day, this is still coming back. This is a starting point. We are basically going through a process, and just to remind ourselves that, the reality is we'll get another look at this before we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciolo. Councillor Hutton, I know you have an amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment to point 4, introducing point 4.3.
And do we have that on the screen? So it's adding 4.3, not 5? 4.3?
Yeah, correct.
Just wondering because we got 5 on the screen. Yep.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. I'm willing to second it whenever you're ready.
Before I begin, if allowed, could I ask the Director to provide a comment?
Yeah, that's right. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just to advise Council to prepare a rate model. Takes the staff 3 to 4 hours to actually do the calculation and check the calculations, so we can provide options. With regards to reductions, however, it can be a little bit more problematic. The recommendation there would be that you can adopt the budget with lower amounts, but it would be preferable that any reduction in income is offset by reductions in expenditure during the mid-year review. That would give us the greatest amount of time to make those changes in a thoughtful and considered way. But overall, the options, or the actual preparation of the options as outlined, can be supported, given that we're being asked now and we've got 4 weeks to provide something.
Yep. Thank you. I'm willing to second. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to Director Humphrey. assisting me with this at very much the last minute, so I do appreciate your help with that. Now, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that Council is presented with options for lower rate increases before the final adoption of the 26-27 budget. I strongly support exploring lower rate increases where possible. Across our community, many households and small businesses continue to face a significant cost of living pressures, and I believe Council has a responsibility to carefully consider whether there are opportunities to reduce the burden on ratepayers while still maintaining core services and the city's long-term financial sustainability. Quite simply, I believe a proposed average rate increase of 6.5% is too high in the current economic environment, and that Council should at least consider whether a lower increase can responsibly be achieved. Importantly, Council has previously adopted budget parameters through the City's strategic financial planning process, which contemplated rate increases of 2% above CPI, while freezing increase in operating expenditure over 3 years. I note that the wording was intentionally amended from 2% above CPI to up to 2% above CPI to provide Council with flexibility to pursue lower increases where possible. Given those previously endorsed financial parameters, I believe it is entirely reasonable that Council be provided with alternative rating scenarios prior to the final adoption of the budget, particularly where there may be opportunities to achieve a lower increase through operational expenditure reductions. I'm also of the opinion that there remains some discretionary spending within the draft budget that could be reviewed or deferred in order to reduce the overall rate burden on residents. This amendment does not set a lower rate increase tonight, nor does it predetermine the final budget outcome. What it does do is request that elected members are provided with alternate scenarios together with the operational expenditure reductions required to achieve them, so Council can make a more informed final decision. I think it is important that we, as elected members, have visibility over what efficiencies, savings or expenditure adjustments may be available before locking in the final increase for next financial year. I also want to acknowledge the substantial amount of work officers have undertaken preparing the draft budget. This amendment is not intended to diminish that work, but rather to ensure Council has the fullest possible range of options available during final budget deliberations. I encourage you all to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. As the seconder, I do concur with Councillor Hutton on this one, is that we need to make sure that we have options that are presented to the Council about what are appropriate rate increases. Usually leading up to the budget process, before this meeting, there is a discussion which we've had previously in budget workshops about what is an appropriate range of rates which would be suitable for our community, given all the factors, looking at things such as inflation, cost of living, and all the other pressures that are on our community within that financial year and also the coming financial year. So I think it's important we do have a range of options. This year, that wasn't able to eventuate, so I think it's important that coming to the actual rate setting itself, there are those options in place. Any further comments? Councillor May.
Thank you. I'll make my substantive comment on the substantive motion, but I'll just say from the Director's comments, what can be prepared, it's easy to model what revenue will come in based on a percentage, any given percentage rate increase, but to find savings for that in the mid-year review then places us in a point where, well, we're going to reduce our revenue now, but we don't know how we're going to pay for that reduction in revenue while still chipping away at the operating deficit until the mid-year budget review, and at which point, to me, that's a bit of the cart before the horse. I understand it's from, if I take, obviously there's a political element to this, but if I take that hat off, it's good to have options in front of us about what different rate increases mean that are below the 6.5% proposed. But I would hastily say that perhaps it's a way out of making the difficult decision that we need to make in terms of dealing with the financial position of the city. But I'll speak more on that on the substantive motion. But yeah, I'm a bit concerned that it's a way of further kicking the can down the road on dealing with the issues that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Question first for the administration. We've been through a budget workshop process, a number of workshops, and as my understanding of that was that the administration was seeking guidance from elected members as to certain decisions regarding the budget. So I guess I'm just seeking confirmation that that process was undertaken and completed in the first instance. Thank you.
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, there were several budget workshops held, and during those workshops, a range of reductions to operating expenditure were contemplated.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Can I also ask administration in regard to this point 4.3, which I think is the only subject of this amendment, what impact would that have on the reports that we were due to receive anyway in June regarding the budget? Would that have included some alternatives? Thank you.
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, typically when we prepare the budget attachment documents, which I think is what Councillor Hill's referring to, we wouldn't actually prepare options in those documents. They are quite substantial and take quite a large amount of time to prepare. However, we also have to be prepared for the instance where Council, in deliberating the budget, chooses to amend anything within that budget document, which is within Council's range of abilities to do. So while we wouldn't normally prepare multiple budget documents, we do have the capacity to change any amount in those documents up to and including the council meeting if required.
Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thanks. I just have some concerns with this amendment because, as we've discussed on other issues, good governance is important and impartiality is important. And having gone through the budget workshops to discuss a number of scenarios and savings, I'm concerned that this presentation of options in the budget report coming to us in June might lead to the potential for impartiality to be compromised, let's say, with certain decisions on certain expenditure, which I think is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further commentary on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question in terms of the budget workshops, just seeking clarification where we had a discussion around the level above CPI that we would consider.
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't recall that being specifically discussed during the budget workshops. It was discussed when the budget parameters were set. I don't recall any specific request to amend those budget parameters or provide options lower than that, but I'm happy to take that question on notice and refer back through the issues list of notes that I have.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes. Thank you. Just seeking clarity because there would seem to be some, I suppose, perception that it had been discussed, that specific rate of 2% above CPI. In terms of this amendment, I do have some concerns probably about when we look at corresponding reductions, are we looking at the corresponding reductions in maintenance expenditure, which is the issue we've faced and now we're trying to remedy, where we weren't spending what we needed to spend. Are we likely to have those? When we look at the options, are we going to ensure that our required maintenance spend is maintained?
Director.
Through Mr Mayor, the way I'm reading the amendment, we would be required to provide options or models to council for different rate levels, and then what the amount of expenditure reduction would be required to offset that reduction in revenue. It doesn't actually require us to specify exactly how that would be determined. Largely that is the decision of the council as to where those reductions would come from. If we were preparing a range of models, our recommendation would be strongly that the budget proceed as prepared with a slightly larger deficit, and that the last point in the resolution would be the deficit would be adjusted at the mid-year review to allow us the time to actually provide council with recommendations as to what that expenditure cut should look like.
Deputy Mayor.
Look, I'm happy for 4.3 to be added in. We'll just have to deal with the options that come through as part of those considerations. So happy to support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any final comments? Councillor Joondalup.
Thank you, through you. Just a couple for me. From the city's knowledge, are there other Band 1 LGAs that you're aware of that are providing options in this kind of scenario?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I haven't sought that information from other Band 1 councils. However, I have provided options on rate increases up to and including the evening of rate of council meetings in the past where budgets have been considered.
Councillor?
Just one final one for me. I guess my concern with this is specification. You know, like, what constitutes the amount of options? You know, because I think there is a case of too many, and you have a situation where we can't make an effective decision or we cause bigger problems. So I sit in a concern of specificity on this particular amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further commentary? That's all. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, thank you everyone for their input. Just to address a few of the comments that have been made, yes, obviously there have been budget sessions where input has been sought from individual elected members around potential cost savings. I would, I guess, remind elected members that no decision is often made unanimously and input is sought, and some councillors may seek to see more savings than others in certain areas and aspects. So therefore it is obviously reasonable for councillors to have different opinions on what additional savings can and cannot be made. Also make the point, obviously, just to clarify that the sort of the sustainability measures that we set were up to 2% above CPI. So in terms of like what are the options would be anywhere from CPI to up to 2% above CPI. When I had initially been contemplating these changes, you know, the options that I was probably looking at were, you know, a 5.95% option, potentially a 5.5% option. But again, I'd just like to see what would actually be involved in that and where the savings would be. Potentially councillors would be more open to some savings when they actually saw the follow through in the rate in the dollar. So yes, obviously that's up to everyone. Like the options, obviously happy to provide input to the type of options I would like to see. But it is a relatively narrow window. And what we are doing here is providing the admin with maximum time to provide input. I think it's highly likely that at 6.5%, we're going to be advertising rates above some of our surrounding competitors. So for example, I'm already aware that in the city of Stirling, they're aiming for a rate increase of CPI. So, you know, we're obviously going to be above that. If we are getting a lot of input from the community and we do want to make a change, then it's better that the admin start working on some of those scenarios now instead of waiting till the last minute, and then we'll end up with a situation where we'll probably have to be delaying the implementation of the budget before June 30. So this is obviously just seeking to provide as much opportunity as possible. It's not locking us into anything, and I've tried to not lock us into anything, but, you know, I hope that gives you an indication of the range. I'd be looking to see a reduction of somewhere between, you know, 1.5% rate in the dollar options. We might decide to go further. I think it's highly unlikely, given the different appetites on the council. But this is just to explore those options. So I encourage you all to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. If we can vote on the amendment. Councillors Vincillo and Count. Thank you, and the item is carried. We can now return to the substantive motion. Any further? Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, I have some questions that have been presented to the city and I haven't had a response yet. I note there are two discrepancies in the documentation. First, the resolution recommends a maximum payment of $995 for residential improvement properties, but the objects and reasons document states $955. So which one is the correct one?
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the attachment needs to be updated to $995. The objects and reasons will be updated following the council resolution tonight prior to those materials being made available to the public.
Thank you. And then secondly, the objects and reasons document is titled 25-26 year but relates to 26-27 budget. Can these be corrected to avoid confusion?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, all the materials subject to the notice period will be checked and updated prior to being provided to the media and uploaded to the website.
Okay. The report states that differential rates represent a 23.7% decrease in the cents in the dollar, but also states that the increase of 6.5% has been included within the reduction. Can the director please clarify in plain language, will the majority of residential property owners see their total rates increase or decrease in 26-27?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, every suburb on average will increase. I don't have the exact numbers to hand on any decreases, but I can go through the rate model and obtain that. The suburb with the lowest rates increase is around 1.3%. The suburb with the highest rates increase is around 13%.
And given that, what is the expected average increase in dollar terms mean?
Director.
Mr Mayor, in a revaluation year, we modelled the rate increase on the average that we experienced across the city, so 6.5% based on the model that's presented in this report. But with the extremely large change in valuations that we've seen in the last 3 years, there is quite a discrepancy across the suburbs, which has resulted in a spread of increases that people will see.
Yeah, thank you. My third question is, the objects and reasons document that will be made available to the public explains the purpose of the differential rating categories, but does not explain the actual impact on residents. Will the city be providing supplementary material during the consultation period that explains A, the property reevaluations have occurred, B, the relationship between property value changes and rate changes, and C, an example calculations showing what a typical residential property owner might expect? And if not, would it be appropriate to include this information in the objects and reasons document itself before advertising?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, what we're required to put in the objects and reasons is defined by the regulations. It wouldn't be in order for us to include impact on residents that rates generally would have. However, it is open to the city to provide any marketing information or communication information it so chooses, and we could do that at the same time as the public notice is made available.
Councillor.
So is that, yes, you can provide that information at that goes out to the public, not in the objects and reasons document, but will be provided in a separate document released to the public at the same time. Is that the answer?
Director.
Through Mr Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. And can I just confirm that those changes will be made in the document prior to release of the inconsistencies?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we would update all of the public notice, the objects and reasons, and all of the consultation material tomorrow morning to ensure it's aligned with the correct financial year and the model that Council resolves tonight.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr Mayor. Just a question for governance, and it relates to a comment made by Councillor Hutton regarding City of Stirling. I assume that the typical proposed rates increases are becoming apparent amongst comparable local governments across WA. I'm just curious as to whether our administration researches that at all and considers that in preparation of a report to Council for June. Thank you.
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we do become aware of what other local governments will be considering by way of rates. It's not something that we would normally publish or make available because each individual local government and council is free to make its own determination when it sets its budget. So while we may receive indications and comments, ultimately it's up to each individual council at some point between June and August to adopt their rate in the dollar. So until they do that, we don't know exactly what they'll provide, and I would encourage council to keep an eye out for the various media releases and resolutions as they become available over the next few months.
Councillor.
Thank you. It just occurred to me I might ask a question at the briefing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a few points. If we cast our minds back to 2020-21, one difference between Joondalup and Stirling was Stirling provided a one-off COVID credit on the rates. The City of Joondalup went down a different path and reduced rates by 5% on average. So it was a reduction in the rate in the dollar. To account for a 5% rate reduction, and that was a permanent reduction, which we've haven't really caught, so it was basically not catching up on the trajectory of rate increases required to manage the city's ongoing asset maintenance and depreciation and other things that needed to be dealt with. In the years after COVID, and it was, the Director of Corporate Services can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was flagged at the time at some point we would have to either save money or increase rates by more to make up for that. And we have not done that since. In the years after that, I did argue to go on the higher end of rate increases to deal with that problem. And that was at a time initially where we had the cash rate at 0.1%. We had very low unemployment. We had very low inflation. If there was a time to make that decision, it would have been then, because yes, there will always be people doing it tough no matter what the economic conditions are, but the macro conditions were looking quite good, especially in Western Australia. But people argued, oh, people are doing it tough and we shouldn't do that. And there was also an argument to retain the business COVID credits for a number of years after COVID had wrapped up and the restrictions were lifted, when I don't believe it was appropriate, but that was the decision that was made, and that further ate into our position. We now find ourselves where we are looking now, where over a number of years we're going to need to save money and freeze costs, while also increasing rates by above CPI, noting that for the last 3 years, I believe, we've gone below CPI in rate increases, and I didn't have anyone thank the City of Joondalup for doing that. We've also gone below the City of Sterling's rate increases in the last, at least the last 1 year, potentially 2 years. Again, no one's acknowledged us for doing that. And unlike the City of Sterling, we don't have rivers of gold in rate revenue coming from the largest industrial area in the northern suburbs, which is Osborne Park. And on top of that, Karrinyup Shopping Centre, which is tripled in size, I believe, and Scarborough. We've got Lakeside and we've got Whitford City. That's roughly about it. A little bit of Winton Road, which a lot of that is non-profit churches which don't pay rates. So I'm happy to compare us to Sterling. I believe we run a much tighter ship than Sterling as well. But at some point, a difficult decision is going to be made. If it's not made now, then the pain will have to be made later. Whether an increase is 5.5% or 6.5%, people will complain just as much, whether it's a 1% difference, but 1% difference is several $100,000 to the bottom line. I understand times are difficult at the moment. We've got high interest rates, high inflation. Even though WA is probably the best placed economy to deal with that, with our wages, with our unemployment rate and so forth, and the City of Joondalup is generally probably higher than average in socio-economic status, and yet we still rate lower than many other local governments which have lower socio-economic cohorts than we do. Even with a 6.5% increase, I think we'll still be probably number one or number two with Sterling in terms of being the lowest rating council. But from my many years on, well, not many years, but 9 years on council, almost 9 years, people will notice when their parks aren't maintained, when their public spaces aren't maintained to the level they expect. If we're looking at a 1% difference in rate revenue and cutting back on those things, I think that's, to me, a greater concern. I agree with the Mayor's opening comments that the small things matter, and I've always held to that view as well. I've never gone on any flights or travel overseas or interstate, and that's just a personal choice I've made since I was elected in 2017. I generally don't like claiming for things unless I believe it's a genuine, tangible value, and for me, I don't believe that's there. And I'm yet to see any examples in 9 years on when such travel has actually yielded anything of any benefit to anyone in the city, apart from perhaps the people who go on to travel. And I'll finalise by saying I just think we need to...
Councillor May, I'm going to have to ask you to withdraw that.
Sorry, I withdraw. After I said it, I realised I probably shouldn't have said that.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll just finalise by saying we often have to make hard decisions, and we've identified a number of savings. We're freezing costs, and we need to get the city back to where it needs to be. And I think now is the time to do it. The more the pain, if we front load the pain, that's less hard decisions to make later. And also, we all have a responsibility to the city to ensure it's sustainable and able to provide the services that people expect us to be able to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm aware of the lateness of the hour, but I am compelled to continue with my record of making a case against differential rating. I've said all along that local government is not in the business of social engineering. People hold vacant commercial and residential land for a whole range of reasons. Consider the investor that might be looking for finance to put some structure on the land to reduce the rates. What do? Well, we increase the rate in the dollar by, well, we double it basically. That's not going to help the situation. I think it is a very crude tool. I mean, I know the rationale is to provide incentive for people putting structures on vacant land, but on principle, I disagree with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Any final commentary? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you. There's obviously been a lot of discussion. Now, while I do acknowledge the significant amount of time that's been put into preparing this budget, I honestly always take the approach now with anything we go out with community consultation on or feedback on, that we always must put our best foot forward, and we shouldn't present to the community something we aren't entirely comfortable with. That's why I'll be opposing the substantive motion. I do obviously appreciate the acceptance of the amendment to provide alternate options, but in my opinion, 6.5 is probably a step too far. As has already been outlined by the director, in some instances we're going to see rate increases in some suburbs of up to 13%. Based on the presentations we've previously had, it seems that suburbs such as Padbury, Warwick, Kinross and the top Greenwood will see rate increases of above 10%. Again, it's not something I can support. There's been a lot of discussion here about, let's just get it over with, let's just do it, let's just increase the rates. For me, that's fundamentally flawed because it creates the perception that the only way to balance the books is by rating residents higher and higher amounts year on year. That is not the case. There is another option, and the other option is to effectively look after the pennies by scrutinising every line item, every expense. We've obviously had numerous discussions over the past few weeks at policy sessions and through other budget meetings. I've obviously reiterated that I'd like us to go a bit further in some of the measures that we are doing. And the reason is because I didn't want to get us into this situation that we find ourselves in now. Councillor May obviously made reference to maintenance of parks. That is not something that I think anyone in this council wants to see. I think we already acknowledge that there is some improvement that needs to happen through efficiencies in the maintenance of parks and the like, and that is fine. Well, what I'm really looking for here is reductions in discretionary spending, and I do think it's possible. I do think it's achievable. Yeah, so I will not be supporting the 6.5, and I would encourage anyone here who is leaning on the side of supporting this only because we're going out to consultation and might not support the 6.5 come next month's meeting. I would say to you that's a path that we've charted before. We went out to consultation on things like the CHAR map and discovered ourselves in a world of pain trying to correct the community perception. So if you're not comfortable with 6.5, I encourage you to vote against this motion. Obviously happy to support even as a starting measure, something like 5.95 as an alternative. I'm also conscious of the fact that time is of the essence, but I think we must get this right. And if that involves calling a special council meeting to deal with this over the coming week, then I think that's something we need to do. So I'd say I will not be supporting this. 6.5 is too high. 13% is far too high for some of our suburbs. There are savings that can be made, and it will not be in the important services such as maintenance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, just if the council by majority decides that they're not happy with the 6.5%, I'm just curious if this gets voted down, what gets advertised? Could I get some clarification? Thank you.
Go to Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if this was voted down without a foreshadowed motion, we wouldn't be able to advertise differential rates until council resolves so.
Thanks for the clarification. Following on from that, Director, as far as the lack of a foreshadowed motion, would it be possible to actually foreshadow another motion, given we don't have the numbers at this stage?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I do have numbers for a 6% increase, but I don't have the numbers for a 5.95% increase.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Here we are. This report lobbed in without us, from my point of view, feeling that we had adequately discussed it in a budget session concerns me greatly. I understand we set some parameters and this is the top end of the parameter and we've got deadlines we need to meet and we need to advertise for 28 days, if that's the correct number of days. But so we're sort of stuck in this situation where do we actually openly support 6.5? It also concerns me that at the same time we're saying it's 4.5 plus 2. The financial report included in this set of papers says the CPI for Perth is 3.9. Now that's December 25 quarter, but still we didn't put the most current quarter in our financial report, which was for the March quarter. So it's not going to be a good look. This is going to take some punishment. We've got to accept we're going to go out and advertise. I would hope that we're clarifying this is at the top end of the parameters. This is not a done deal. From my point of view, I'm very interested in seeing the expenses review. We've run through a range of specific items. We haven't gone into the real guts of the big line items. So from my point of view, we've got a serious review of expenses yet to be undertaken within the next month before we finalise this budget. So we've got a big hill to overcome and a lot of work to be done, and I really want to see us get into these next sessions with information provided well in advance so that we can actually have some serious review discussions and make some headway into the challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further commentary? Councillor Vincillo?
Just a quick one. Look, I think hearing the sentiment around the room, it's really imperative that we understand that this is a start point and it's about an effective comms strategy that comes through. So
I'm sorry, Councillor Vincillo, you've already spoken to the motion, but you can ask a question and maybe about your communications plan.
Sure, that's actually. Can I ask the city the expectations around the comms strategy moving forward on the differential?
Mm-hmm. Go to Director Humphrey, but I might also go to Director Parry. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, through the last few years we have provided the public notice as soon as we can after the council resolution. I think the highest number of submissions we've received in the last 3 years is approximately 70 submissions, all of which were commenting on the differential rate and sometimes in particular vacant land. But the strategy would be that we would release the notice with the required information and seek the feedback from community. Once we have that, we'll provide a summary to the June council meeting to allow council to make its determination.
Yep. Thank you. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just, Mr Mayor, as a follow-up question, is the plan to put out the standard advertisement in Perth now, which has the minimal information required under the Act to state this is the rates we propose to levy?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the public notice we're required to provide has that basic information. The city would normally provide a media release and other information to support what is in that notice, but the notice is prescriptive and we need to follow that prescription.
Councillor?
And that substantive other information, where would that be communicated and how?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's normally done via way of media release. We don't normally publish the full budget information until the budget is adopted by council itself.
Any further questions? I just have a couple for the Director before I move to some closing comments. Director, the comments from Councillor Hutton about the rates increases are different across the city, and Councillor Hutton used some figures around 14%. That 14, is that the majority of that actually coming from the revaluations? So of course some areas are going to go up just because, yeah.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The valuation increases we've seen across the city range between 35% and 50%. So the rental valuations in some suburbs have increased by nearly 50%. In those particular suburbs, you will see a rate increase of somewhere between 12% and 13%. In the areas where the valuations have increased by 35%, they will be getting rate value or rates bill increases between 1% and 2%. So as much as there are some suburbs that will pay substantially more than the 6% increase, there are other suburbs that will be getting increases a lot less than CPI.
So it's correct to say there'll be some suburbs, because of course it's a spread of prices, that are possibly going to get, well, not possibly, but are going to be getting rates increases less than 6%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, and I'm happy to provide the actual spread of suburbs to elected members via email in the next few days.
And on top of that, let's say if we went with the City of Stirling rating figure, say of 4%, say, I think there was a suggestion about one suburb being around 14%. Of course, within a suburb, there's also a spread of properties. But let's say there was an average of 14. Let's say if we went with the City of Stirling increase around 4%, would that materially change the 14% for those people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, doing some very quick maths, and I would appreciate the chance to verify and provide this via way of email. At a 4% revenue increase, we would still see 2 suburbs with rate increases above 10%, but you would now also have 3 suburbs that would actually see their rates bill go down.
So it's the case that looking at, say, many of the suburbs, is that those ones that become outliers, as that Councillor Hutton has spoken about, a lot of this is actually related to the revaluations, which we're not in control of. We're only in control of, say, the average rate that gets paid.
Through you, Mr. That is correct. We've had 2 very unusual valuations in the last 9 years, one in 2020, 2021, where we had a very widespread of reductions. And this year we're seeing almost the reverse trend, where those suburbs that had very large reductions in 2020, 2021 are now reversing out.
And if you could also provide some commentary, I know you touched on it then, about some of these suburbs which will see larger increases. Are they the same suburbs which in the previous valuations actually had very low rate increases compared to other suburbs?
Through Mr. Mayor, the last valuation was fairly uniform, but as I said, the previous reval in 2020-21, the 3 suburbs that have the largest increases were the same suburbs that had the largest decreases.
Yep. So those suburbs had decreases?
That's correct.
That's correct, yep. Thank you. To conclude the discussion around this, I know that there's always concern when there's revaluation years. It's not something we can actually control about which properties become more desirable or not within the city of Joondalup. Even within a suburb, there is a spread of properties. The best as a council that we can do is look at what is the average rate that the community pays. There are some suburbs which will do better. There are some suburbs which it'll be more expensive for them. As the director has said, there's some years where that's one group of suburbs, other years it's other groups of suburbs. And I've seen the trends on this. For those suburbs which are having larger increases are the suburbs which back 2 valuations ago actually had lower increases, or increases where sometimes they were actually having savings on their rates. And I live in Edgewater, as people know, and Edgewater's actually been one of those suburbs which has sat on certain years on the lower end of rate increases because of where the property values sit on the spread, and then other years it's sat on the other side of the spread this year. So we've had the suburbs for people who live in that suburb. For people that live in that suburb, they've had lower increases, and now this year, unfortunately, they'll receive higher increases. So it is based on a spread as a whole. It's not just the case that certain suburbs are being singled out by the council to have higher rates or anything like that. So it's about the overall figure, but I think it's also, once again, to put this in context, if the council does not go down the route of responsible budgeting, we need to look at how are these matters going to be resolved. And I think Councillor May touched on it in his commentary as well. We are going to be looking at problems in the public realm parks not able to be serviced, assets that are not being renewed, services that may need to get cut, things that are services which people rely on becoming less reliable. And that's why we need to have a responsible budget process. Although Councillor Hutton has talked about the increases as well, and he says we need to also look at the other side of the ledger, and the budget that's being prepared is looking at both sides of the ledger. By freezing the OPEX, it means that our operating expenditure is going to go down roughly by whatever is the CPI figure. So in many cases, we're looking at making cuts around both CPI, which is 4.6%. If that was carried over 3 years, which is what the budget parameters talk about, we are actually looking at trying to decrease the operating expense of the organisation of somewhere between, if it stays around 14%, 12% over the next 3 years. So there are large changes which the council is attempting to make to deal with some of these costs. And again, if we go down the route of business as usual, we don't adopt a responsible budget, we take budgeting the same sort of approach the last couple of years, the strategic financial plan is very clear about this. Within the decade, at the end of the decade, that the rates would have to go up by 50%. And I think the council needs to put that front of mind. That's why we need to be responsible. That's why we need to look at all of our expenditure carefully. And as well, if council members say, coming into the budget session and even some of the commentary tonight, if some of this is not palatable, councillors need to say, well, where are these cuts going to come? Are they going to cut from libraries? Are we going to be putting in playgrounds? Are we going to be cutting community sport facilities? What does that actually look like? We have to talk about practicalities. It's easy to say, no, I don't want to go ahead with something, but we have to talk about realities. We can now go to vote on the motion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. We then go to urgent business. Mr. CEO, is there any urgent business?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Then go to motions of which previous notice has been given, of which there is none. Is anybody wishing to announce motions for the next meeting? Councillor Pizzey?
I've given 2 motions to the city and circulated to the council for next month's meeting. The city should have it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else flagging any intent? No, I may have a couple. I'll just check with the Director of Governance. Is there anything we need to cover before we close the meeting?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, I conclude tonight's council meeting at 11:26 p.m. Good evening, everyone.